take, but praise that lies corrodes the spine. Rat sits in one stream at a time. I stay sharp, the factual's real. Truth cuts deep, it's better than heals. If I'm loud, it's not for show. It's the only way I let them know. The shit show. No retreat. This conviction is permission. Just lights the fire. Welcome to the ship.
Scrolling through 1,000 faces, silent rooms, loud opinions. Every word sharpens like a blade thrown at things you never made. Who hurt you behind that screen? What weight are you dragging in? Thumbs down like it feeds the fire. Echoes of a borrowed choir. Talking shit like it's a sport from the safest seat in the court. Is it boredom? Is it pain? Or fear of having nothing to say? You don't know my scars, but you swing so hard from the dark. What's hollow inside you that you choke on someone else's voice? Why does building something real trigger all that fucking noise? Is it envy? Is it misery? Or just fear with something to say? I keep moving, you keep bleeding on the things you couldn't make. Keyboard loaded, courage fake, damn loud for someone so afraid. Laugh reacts, no reflection, just another hit of validation. Say it when it costs you something. You don't have to love the sound, you don't have to stick around. But why poison what you pass? Why turn bitterness to glass? Did the world shut down your voice? Or did you choose this noise? Say it to my face, say it when it's real. Say it without the screen or shut the fuck up. What's hollow inside you that you choke on someone else's voice? Why does building something real trigger all that fucking noise? Is it envy? Is it misery? Or just fear with something to say? I keep moving, you keep bleeding on the things you couldn't make. Maybe hurt just wants a mirror. Maybe pain needs someone to blame. But I won't carry your damage, I won't bleed for your escape. Your hate isn't my problem. What's hollow inside you that you spit when others rise? Why does effort look like weakness through your pixelated eyes? I don't know you, my silence. I don't need your stamp of shame. I keep making something honest. You keep circling the same.
Good morning, afternoon, happy Easter Sunday, Easter Saturday, Easter weekend, resurrection, all that good stuff. hello. I hope you've had lots of prayers and chocolate. Is that correct? Alright, so, yeah, we're going to start with something simple, something chill. Where's EJ? I've seen he was on. Where is he? EJR Performance. There he is. Oh, 2 guards here, look out. Alright. How are we all? I could literally spar up if you want, like these things. I can forward them to you. And he's got like, yeah, he's got the 923. Can I forward this? Okay. What one are you in? The Skyline. Forward. Too easy. I like that. That's handy as fuck. That's really cool. Forward. TPG and Sparrow. That's very handy. What's going on, 2 guards, Scorby? Steve, look at that profile pic, mate. Go to the championship teams. Arsenal are fucking shit. Arsenal, I was looking for memes, Steve. Fucking Arteta working at a bar, bottling shit. They are so shit. They are fucking shit. They're shit. You know? You know. What's going on, Grumps? No worries, mate. Keen. See where I was at today. Oh. Arsenal up with Steve. Go the Borough. We're officially championship supporters now, Steve. Alright, fucking Norwich City. Fucking Watford. Wrexham. Middlesbrough. All better teams, mate. It's been crashing a lot, Grumps, but both Shane and I have noticed it's only when you're in a party. Play solo and it's fine. Playing a party and the game just randomly crashes. In the game, starting the game, exiting the game. But yeah, it's fine, bro. Like the first time I ran into a fucking shredder where I didn't expect to, I shit myself. I'm enjoying it, bro. Like it. There was a lot of murdering at the start, but I'm alright now. I had some really, me and Shane been getting really good at like stealthing around and spending as much time as possible in the map. And feeding Scrappy somehow gave me wolf packs. Big up for the wolf pack. But how is everyone? I hope you've all had a mad Easter. This one should be nice and hectic to start it. Oh, nice. It's classy, mate. It looks a bit more updated, modern, as all of them are becoming, but it's classy. They've always had a cool logo. Anything with a proper line. Very English, ain't it? Isn't it, bruv? very English. Oh, the cones weren't there, so I thought we were going, yeah. So I loaded up. More English than crumpets. Oh, mate, you got to dance through there. Oh, mate, this car feels made for this shit.
That's the fastest lap in our class. Great work. Keep on it. Minutes remaining.
Oh. Yeah, I'll keep that straight. This is a monster. Absolute monster. It is. It's the truth. What a monster. Get those likes in, guys. Get me pumped for me first 30 for 30. I started the day with 10 dips. Talking about them yesterday. The dips are in. Dips are in. Wearing a very tight shirt. Not quite macho man, but getting the fucking 7-inch pythons out. Number 11. All right, 19 to go. 19 to go. It's a beautiful day here today, guys. What's going on, lad? You got DC? Fucking hell, mate. That's random. What? Just a random DC? I don't know, bro. PlayStation. I haven't been getting kicked. Possibly an internet thing. It'll be a quick race. Try again. If it happens again, you probably got to reinstall the game or some shit. But it shouldn't be a thing, man. Yeah, don't know, bro. Did it feel alright though? Did the car feel good? That's someone disconnected on the track. There's definitely a car disconnected on the track. I think it might even be Sparrow. But that's weird because he was in the pits.
Maximum focus. Let's take this pole.
Unplayable on controller, guys. Unplayable. Felt awesome.
Checkered flag this lap. P2, that's P2. Unlucky, mate. Not quite enough for pole today, but we're on the front row for the race. And that's all that matters now.
Yeah, it's they're chirpy, especially the Supra, until like once the tires stick in, yeah, they almost feel like like they've gone from hards to softs. Like you've just got, I won't even say grip. It's like downforce and grip at the same time. Like they're hard tires, you've warmed them up, but you've got so much comfort and belief in them that you can just get on it. And they won't be like that in the first lap or two. Like, and they'll feel horrible. Like, not horrible. It depends on the car, but yeah, I think they do it well too. You can cook these tyres really quickly too. I've cooked the Supra's tyres already. I think the Supra is the most characteristic one. Then possibly the GTR. The NSX is perfect. Yeah, basically, yep. Basically, they turn into softs.
Focus on the lights. We can take them into the first corner.
Okay, Dave, he's been sneaky. Did you hear that? Did you mean take him out to the first corner, Dave? Dave? He's sneaky. Sneaky gay. Ow! back out of there or making contact.
You've been given a penalty. You've got to give the time back. Slow down and move off the racing
The
line.
bloke's not carrying enough speed. Dave, there's not much I can do when he slows down that much. Doesn't hit the apex correctly.
The race director has given you a penalty for track limits, mate.
How's that not count as lifting? How does it not count as lifting? Still gave me an extra second for it, even though I was down to 0.1. Hey, Dante. Hey, Viking. Happy Easter, mate. Hope you have a good day tomorrow. crash. Too much curb. Way too much curb. I cooked the tyres in this thing. With sector setup. I cooked the tyres in. It's the only car that I do. Like, they kill when you grab them like that. That was stupid. 4th gear. I wasn't relenting. I didn't lift. I was just trying to see how much dipshit Derek. What's she call him? Delightful Derek. You're not dipshit Derek. You're delightful Derek. He was a dipshit, mate. They didn't wrap that up, mate. Fucking that kid and the whole family would have been institutionalized, bro. They didn't wrap that up at all. Derek and his family got fucking kidnapped, mate. Tried to get murdered by a bunch of monsters and stuff. You talked about me, did you? I dropped in briefly. Why were you talking about me, mate? When I dropped in, you were talking about liveries. When I dropped in, you were talking about liveries. You gave Aussie a shout out. Talking about engineering and shit. Loudsy would have loved it. But yeah, he did a redirect to me yesterday. I've been subbed to him for a while. He did a redirect to me yesterday. No one dropped in or said anything. But a redirect came up from him yesterday. So I assume you did that. But yeah, I hope it went well, bro. Like, it looked like you had a good crowd watching my rants. Oh no. Oh no. But yeah, it looked like you had a good crowd watching. You spoke about it? Oh God. Really? I'm gonna have to watch it now, mate. Are you just getting me to watch? Jesus Christ. Why? Why, bro? Why do that to me? I'll be starting to put my review together tonight, guys. I'll be writing it tonight. I've got some stuff I've still got to film for it. Shout it out, all the girls. Oh, thanks, mate. Thanks. Thanks, mate. I'm sure they genuinely appreciated that. Gran Turismo crowd loves me, mate. Let's give them more reasons to love me. Arsehole, mate. Alright. Alright. Why don't you get Just Hunt on then? Get her on, mate. Talk to her about it. On my behalf. Oh yeah, that's shit. Genuinely, it's shit because I just see it as more attention being brought to something that, like I said, the video's still up. It shouldn't be up. The moment she accepted the apology, that should have been the end of it. They still need to be brighter, bro. But yeah, it's generally, if you're going to bring more attention to it, it's not something I really want to know about. You're welcome to. Go off. It's the Gran Turismo crowd. They already hate me. So, yeah. But it's not something I really want to re-experience because I have to constantly, as is. I've already showed my remorse, and the more it kind of blows out and goes on, I kind of end up going in circles and get frustrated about it again, about the double standards and the hypocrisies and all the comments on her video about the things that have been said about me. I just keep going in circles, bro. So, like, honestly, I don't think it's a good thing. As long as the video's still up, like, I understand her point. But where I came from wasn't, like, there's so much context left out of it, bro. There's like 30 minutes of conversation left out of it. And there was biased feelings attached to it. And I went to great lengths to explain all that. before I full went into the sim racing thing, I spoke about gaming in general, cosplay, Twitch, like, and I mean, the OnlyFans reference somehow still made it in there, and it was basically in that part that I was talking about it. Absolutely, it all did not. But anyways, I'm a bit done with it, mate. The things that were said about me and still stand on that video are not true. They've been liked and loved
Didn't perform well enough today.
and supported
We need to
and
do a better
left
job next
to
time as a team.
fester.
Let's keep pushing. We'll find some speed.
I'm not a fan. It's not the way I would go about things if I was in that position. Truthfully, bro, I understand it's a shoe on the other, but it's not a shoe on the other foot. It's like the army's on the other foot, bro. And the very supporters that she has and the things that they're saying, one, back up the criticism I had of them, and two, just in terms of assuming, saying not nice things about someone based on their streaming, it's all the fucking same thing. And as long as it stays there and has thousands of views and tags all the fucking influencers, it's a bad thing, in my opinion, that I don't want to have to keep going in circles over. I already took my comeuppance. I lost about 100 people. I lost mods. Like, bruh, I've taken the shots. I can laugh at it, but it's still not fair. It's still just a complete flip. And then even more on top for commiserations. So I'm not a fan. Truthfully, bro. It wasn't something I want to go over again and again and again, and that I'm proud of, and that I can fucking sit there and stand that the facts are out there. Because they're not. So no, not a fan. How good is this? It's in the game. I don't give a fuck if they do. Because they never understood me in the first place. That's the truth of it. What's going on, man? So, how are you, brother? That's the truth of it. Especially the ones that felt they had to have a shot at me. And the ones that had to announce they're leaving. Or message me and tell me how disgusted they were in me. I'm good, Answer. I'm good. I just had a mad rant because something's frustrated me. But I'm alright, bro. Everything's been good. Today's going to be a mad day. We're going to have the developer on for a chat sometime this afternoon. And that's going to be mad. And we're not going to fuck this up. We're going to move away from this subject and focus on what it was about in the first place. This game. And the people who are actually playing it. Not the people who are playing it for 5 minutes without knowing anything about it, doing anything about it, and then shitting on it. The dead game, Viking. This dead game. That's what started it. That's what started it in terms of how I react, my passion. And influences and clicks and kicking something while it's down without, like kicking, like it's like a charity case, like fucking, like it's like a homeless person. It's like it's easy to laugh at kicking them, so just would you? Like that was the situation. This dead game. I can't wait to do my review, man. I'm gonna have so much fun. Today's gonna be good with Sorry. But that's what started it, bro. That's what it all was. That was the fire and the passion that was up my ass. And I still stand by every single bit of that criticism. That's what I got separated from. That's what pisses me off the most. That's what I got separated from. Like, it didn't matter about a hit job and a botch job on a game that you're not even playing. It did not matter what your opinion was on that, and the fact that the people countering it might know better. That's what it was. That's what it was. And even now, like all of them, bro, the Kirith stuff, Kirith doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, he doesn't. He fucking doesn't. And they're all taking the piss. And they're all offended by it too. Because we wanted him to save us, you know? We wanted him to shine a light on the good. But he doesn't even get it. He's not even playing it, doesn't even get it. Botch job. Hit job. And everything he said, bullshit. And all we've done for a week is prove him wrong. Like, so that's the crux of the whole fucking thing, bro. And then there's comments on the video how I'm a failed streamer and that I attached my wagon to this game and that I'm just me, bitter and butthurt and a narcissistic fuck because this game failed. You tell me. Oh, I'm so sorry, bro. That's frustrating. But you tell me, bro. That's like genuinely, and my guys will tell you, I shut them down when it comes to even having anything to say about it. They're not allowed to have a say about it anymore. I'm allowed to talk about it, this matter, how I feel about it, what was said, but they are not allowed to back me up and say that anything I said was right. They're not allowed to attack the other person. They're not allowed to say anything about it. They're not allowed to. And you notice on my response, like, I wasn't liking and loving anything that was negative. So that's where I'm just, yeah, I think this got fucking blown up, bro. And I got put on a spot, singled out, and made to be something I am not, in the same way that it could have been assumed that that's what I was doing on a live stream, you know, defending the dead game. So it's just, yeah, I think it all got fucked up, bro. I think it all got fucked up. And I know I fucking said wrong, but the way it got used against me, everything that still stands now, and the things that people said about me, how can you be a white knight and say that something that someone said is so fucking horrible, and then you go and do 10 times as worse as that? How can you have morals that you stand by, that you're on your horse and you're galloping by? How dare you, good sir? How? And that's what happened. From influencers much larger than me, from a shitload of men that I made assumptions and judged, the things that have been said about me, infinitely worse than anything I said about females playing racing games. That's it. That's where I stand now in terms of how fucking flipped it got. And I said some hurtful things. Where it went from there is I said some hurtful assumptions based on gender and a crowd that watches the person. And then where it went from there, especially in the eyes of the community, only backed up what I said about the community itself. The army mindset. So honestly, bro, like, yeah, I talk too much truth, and then they fucking piss people off, and then they go and exhibit the very behaviour. So they're as no good as I am. The lot of them. And they're all white knights. And heroes. Big, strong men. Want to fight me. I'll fucking fight the lot of yous, I fucking will. I'll fucking fight you, and I'll fucking fight you, and I'll jab you in the face and give you a fucking swift kick to your head, mate. I'll fucking fight yous all if you keep fucking coming at me left and right, fella. I'll fucking Vince McMahon my way out of this fucking shit. I'll fight ya. I'll fight ya. I'll fucking say it. Legit, bro. So yeah, look, do with it what you will. Take this with what you will. Clip me up with what you will. I'm not going to make videos about it. I'm not doing hit pieces on it. I ain't going to anyone's channel saying how horrible of a person they are, and I've never done that. Never. Pedals wobble. How so, mate? Like the insides of them? Sometimes when they weren't put together properly. Put back together properly. Like after you'd done the full pull apart where you pull off the shield and you had the fucking watching cats get slaughtered. Like your actual cats, your pet cats, or like a fucking team of cats. Your clutches move, yeah, then I'd say they're probably not in properly, bro. Like, have you pulled them apart, cleaned them out, put them together before? Elsewise, no, I've never had that. It's only once I'd pulled them. It was like the second time I pulled them apart. Because basically I got lazier and lazier every time. Because there's so many fucking screws that needed to come out. I started to figure out what were like the screws that kind of held the structure together. And I was not missing them, but not putting in like 6 of them. And I remember like the second time I pulled them apart, put them together, and then like everything felt good. And then the moment I like put them down and then went to put it on, I felt like the whole thing kind of moved a couple of mil inside it. Yeah, that's what it is. So when you've got them, it's the fucking, I'd have to get mine out. The best way I did it, put them upside down, you put the ABC in, and it was like a shake. They had to like slot in properly. If you could still, like there's like a click, man, a satisfying click. And then I would hold them face down over my legs, the pedals in between, and I'd begin fucking putting it back in. But I'd like make sure, I'd keep checking. I'd do like 1, 2, 2, and then I'd grab the guts of it, you know, try to, but it was like a click. You literally had to feel it like, they were flimsy though, man. I think it also could be like, yeah, it's annoying, man, because I remember losing my shit once, having like spent half hour, all the screws out, cleaning it out, putting it back in, all the screws in, and then doing that. And I'm like, screws out, the clicks with the throttle and the brake, but you don't think it's got it with the clutch. Yeah, but you don't need the clutch, man. You genuinely don't need it. You don't need it. You genuinely don't need it. It's one of the biggest complaints about the clutch. You actually do not need the clutch, even with what people clutch. No doubt. You don't need the clutch. The only thing you kind of need it for is the start, and you can still lean on the brakes. You can still lean on the brakes. That's just as efficient. Leaning on the brakes instead of the clutch. So, I've got my mapped paddle. No, I mean, they're all toxic in their own way. Answer. Sim racing's the most elitist. Because it's such a niche genre, costs so much to get into. Just the wheel and shit. And then if you're a PC one, it's a whole nother, like, it's an elitist thing. Like, it's like saying guys who play like, you know, Crysis and Tarkov on the greatest settings ever, and that's all they'll kind of play with their supercomputers. Like, They spend all that money just to play one fucking genre. You know what I mean? Like they could experience the world's greatest games and they just do sim racing. So they're elitist. They're in a niche, they're stuck in their ways, and they're elitist. And they all, every one of them, myself included, currently, and then even before that, they all get attached to a sim, and then every other sim gets rated off of that one. Whatever sim feels the best for a personal individual, they rate every other sim on. There's no accepting that other games operate on different physics and different tires and different engines and different graphics and have different classes. If it doesn't feel exactly like what you want, if it doesn't feel exactly what you already have in another fucking game, it's shit. You trash on it. That's sim racing. That's sim racers. That's influencers. It's not sim racers, that's influencers. There's a lot of sim racers out there, like Jamian. Jamian's got fucking like 15 different sim racing games and he plays them all. And then he still rates this one. So it's sim racers. Yeah, flight sims would be pretty bad too. Yeah, dude, to me, like, I loved Gran Turismo for what it was, but I loved ACC for what it felt like. ACC, and that's in between Gran Turismo Sport and 7. And I don't think that 7 ever even came close to doing half of what ACC felt like. I stand by that today. And now this, and I know ACC people are like, this is better than ACC in terms of the way it feels on a wheel. So that was always just my thing. I didn't say anything bad about you. You can do with it whatever you want, bro. Like, if it's genuine and it's happening, you can do with it whatever you want. You know where I stand? You really, really know where I stand now about it? My truth of it? You can do with it whatever the fuck you want, bro. I said, you can clip me up. Probably already getting clipped up. I really, I care. I do care, clearly. I've explained the hypocritical shit and the overblown proportions. I've explained where I was coming from originally. I've said I was out of line. You can do with it whatever you want, brother. But I will be staying away from it. I don't want to re-experience it. I don't want to have to sit there and cringe again. It's enough. I already missed the start. It was already enough for me. Missed the start. Fucking hell, we don't have a timer. Since the last update, we don't have a timer for the race start. Hey, hey, hey! This was sick though. This will only take like 24 minutes. I'm only racing for. Get me to 30 likes. Make me work out. I need instruction. I need to get all this energy out. 10 more likes, come on. Get them in. So what was your exact second DC spar? Same thing? Setup menu? And are you a pro or normal? Because we'll discuss it today with the dev. Sora's been mad for the PlayStation fixes. In the setup menu. We going through it because I know it's a pain in the ass. How you have to, like, you used to be able to press L2 R2 and it would shift from, you know, whatever page you're on, it would shift from one part to the other, whereas now you have to scroll. I fucking hate it. And I was doing that in the vehicle select menu post 2.0 and caused the game to crash. That got fixed in the hotfix. But whenever I've been doing setups, I've been taking my time with them because most of the time I'm looking at doing it like, you know, I'm doing it bit by bit. Going over to change shield and back, exit back to keep menu and go through. Does like a fucking loading thing every time. I've noticed, like, you make, it's like a little lag thing when you're making changes to the setup and then you back out. It reminds me of Gran Turismo with the in out with the selection, X tick. It reminds me of that lag delay. And I always, like, originally when I was saving the setup, it always felt like you were like this fucking stutter. Yep. Because it's already, they know that's already an issue with the people leaving the lobby. Especially at the bigger track like Nordschleife. It's causing like lag tears on the lobby. But I have noticed the setup when you back out of the, either when you save it or when you back out of the whatever changes you made, and then it applies them, and then you go to, like, as you just said, return to pit or drive, whatever, but out of the setup menu to the pause menu, there's a delay. Hilariously, the anti-lag stickers on the back of the car. Even just the variable weather seems to hook it a bit at Nord too. The sped up variable weather. All the shadows. Well, if there's any questions you're going to have today, guys, for I mean, I don't know. Well, I think we'll even start with Sorek and just tell us what they do exactly on the development side, and then go from there. There's ain't no point asking one single developer a shitload of questions that they may have nothing to do with. How much the track's changed already. Spewing, man, because the GTR was so damn good here. Yeah, sweet. Yeah, it's quick download. I was nearly going to do it with Buddy Arc the other night. Yeah. Yeah, I reckon you'll be 12 lapper. I didn't realise I didn't change the laps. I should have. I had 12 laps for Lime Rock. So it's going to be a long race, bro. This is like a daily C. They're going to race into the night, probably into the sunrise. Like 25-minute race. I love how you can see like the pink disappearing. Like when the sun sets, you really get all those different shades. Like look, it's gone purple now. Like you get that yellow, orange, reddy, pink, purple, and then black. Thankfully, it's clear here. When we were doing Nord, like Nord became Nord with non-stop rain in cold weather. It was nighttime, like it was just too fucking dark. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We'll start with that. I think straight away, as soon as darkness fell. Tyre temps. I love it. I love it. You're not paying attention, man. It will get you so quick. As soon as that sun goes off the track, or even not off the track, like the sun's setting, half the track's not in the sun anymore. The top half is. And as soon as the sun's gone, that's it, mate. That temperature will drop so fast. The track temperature. I still think we need better headlights. They're better, but they need to be better. They need to go twice the distance they're going. Yeah, Bathurst, yeah, it would. Fuck that. Even our, not mountainous, but like our elevated areas in Victoria, Mansfield, Wang, all those areas, man, like 100% windy day, just in the, a normal windy day. See the stars, it would look like that out there too. You would be able to see so many of the stars out there. I don't want to hit a kangaroo. That poor bloke, man, in the Mustang. Yeah. How big is it now? I haven't even seen the total size for a while. But what's the total size of it on consoles now? Because the last update was like the biggest one they've ever done. It was like a quarter the size of the original game. Because I'm thinking of doing a whole rebuild soon. Just because of the... No, I haven't had problems with this, but I've had problems with ARC. I thought about reinstalling both and doing a database rebuild. Download them both overnight. So it's gone up 11 gig. Like, I couldn't believe it when it was 16 gig when it came out. I still don't know how and why it was so small. And if it was able to do that, how come we can't save replays? Do you want to miss this race? I'll turn the time multiplier back down after this too. I only sped it up to Lime Rock, and Bathurst being a much longer track is always going to get dark quick. I'm gonna get a few of us into the Discord party later too. Grid Legends, look out. How was that? I'm happy Easter to you too, mate. I had my intake of chocolate, and that's it. One single chocolate muffin. That'll do me. Look at the colour of the stars up here. Like you're looking fucking out the Milky Way, mate. It's not me, mate. It's not me. I'm not driving. But Weir, yeah, these two blokes, Weir is very good, and so is TNS. He was killing us the other week. Oh, nice, bro. Problems at the moment. Okay. That's getting to the guts too, there's nothing too much fucking come at all. Always the case. Such a win, mate. Wee, big crash. Oh no. It's a long race. 3 to go still. What's going on, Sector? How are you, mate? Oh yeah, I didn't start the race in time. So I've had to sit here and watch a fucking 12-lap race at Bathurst. It's very dark. But they were having a mad race for a while. We're in Nizzle. It's very dark. Sora. So they're playing D&D at the moment. They ran sometime this other. I think around 2-3. But I was going to jump in a open panel type thing on the Discord. But try to limit to like 4 or 5 people tops. So if you want in, put your hand up. this is pure tunnel vision right here. Lash him up! Get out of the way, Muppet! No, that's fair enough, bro. Yeah, one of my canines is fucked now, Sparrow. One on the right. He does have a mad beard, doesn't he? He does have a mad beard. My best mate's got fucking a full groomed survivalist beard. All the product in it and shit. His beard, it's not as long as my hair, but it's close. Hello, Kenny. I'm alright, mate. Yourself? I think I've seen you around before. Wonder if you could get out and see the Southern Cross. See, honestly, I got lost at Nord last night in the, like, pitch black. I could never get lost here. I'd always know where I am. Yeah, we can. Yeah, I'm not going to stay in the same cars all day, man. I just started with it because they're popular. But we can add GT. You got more of a chance to add in the, yeah, they're faster. They're faster. They're faster than these. I think they would be considered the front group if they get added. You got more of a chance of adding the older shit or like anything that's non GT3 4E with me. I'll still do them. I like doing them, and I'll do, like, if I'm going to add them, I'll do like a GT3 and 4 race, etc. But yeah, I very much prefer, especially post 2.0, bro. All I want to drive is GTs, GTOs, NGTs, GT500s, V8 supercars. All I want to drive is the fun stuff, bro. The challenging stuff, the stuff that feels meaty. GT3 bores the shit out of me. Bores the shit out of me. Oh, nice. What Harry Potter are you watching? Happy Easter to you and your family too, mate. Chamber of Secrets. Alright. Thank God that's over. I gotta put some more stuff in there. I have to do some more shout-outs. There needs to be some new shout-outs added in for some of the other streamers. We need a thanks Ian. We need an Ian. We need an Ian. You know, an Ian command. Thanks Ian. I love cocaine. Something like that. You know? We gotta thanks Kaz.
Unlucky.
So we need.
Car was too
And Kaz
slow
was
today.
partying too.
We need
His
to find
reference
more
is
speed
Kaz
for the next
partying.
race.
Busting a move. Ian and Kaz had party together. 100%. Yeah. Sorry, I'll be around in about half hour. You're on MDMA? Nice. I used to actually love MD. Truthfully. Truthfully. Best pills out there. Sunday shit show, folks. Sorry. I'm sorry. Unfiltered, but it's a Sunday shit show. We're allowed to talk about kind of anything. When Sora's about, I'll be good. But Sunday shit shows, the you know, the yarns come out. Spanian, you know Spanian? He tells some yarns. Love a good yarn. You know? You love a yarn? He's got some good yarns. All right, GT and a GT 500s. Oh man, there was so many. I've told the story before. White Hearts and Silver Mercs. White Hearts, Silver Mercs. For just pure MD, like, just fucking looking at people like that. You have to fucking like close an eye because it's the only way you can see straight. Like, and your body's just like going through these fucking MDMA is. I mean, it's therapeutical, mate. They use it for fucking microdosing and shit now. Like, whatever, man. You grinding a bit, it might have something else in it too, mate. That's usually the way. That's what the White Hearts were like. They were speed and MD. All right, GT 500s. Let's do it. I want to see if I can get some more speed out of these GT 500s. Yeah, I know people have used it for, like, I don't think I could have a microdose. I'm not into hallucinogens or anything like that, and I've already got already lost enough brain cells. But I know I've seen cases of it. I mean, even Mike Tyson. You see Mike Tyson's story, like, but I've seen cases of it where it's been used to not eradicate trauma, but like give people therapy with trauma. You know, PTSD, stuff like that. Which is cool. The one, like, we'll stop this conversation after this because I don't want to go here, honestly. McCoy, like, we're about to have a dev on. I don't want to have this conversation today. But the one that I was always interested in and was never able to acquire, DMT. And to this day, like, I barely know anybody who's even had it. DMT. That one's interesting. But yeah, enough of that talk, mate. Please. I know I'm getting a lot of restricted ad revenue lately because of the things I'm letting you get away with what you talk about. That is definitely one of the conversations. Yeah, no, I will. I'm stopping. We're not having this conversation today, guys. We're not going to have any silly... We've already had enough. I spoke about the gamer girl gate at the start. That's enough. And then this conversation's enough. If we're going to have Sora on, genuinely, we can't have any of these conversations today. All right, guys? Can make jokes and shit, but can't fuck this up. You can't put them in a compromised situation. No, it's not cancelled, bro. Not about cancelled. And I'm not saying that either, McCoy. I'm not. Don't worry, brother. I'm not saying that at all. Just getting a lot of topical conversations lately. And post stream, I'm getting a lot of restricted ad revenue. It's not good. Getting 2 or 3 when I'm only doing like a stream a day too. Getting 2 or 3 of them a week is not good. Doesn't help. Yeah, that's all. And it's a pain in the ass because it's YouTube and censorship and the likes. And we've spoken about how this conversation will definitely do it. But like even political stuff at the moment, the war, the left and the right, red and blue, any of that shit, and same thing. So it's a bit frustrating at the moment. And it's not stuff I really like. This conversation, yeah, talk about it for fun. The real world shit, you should be able to talk about that and not have anything like that. But that's legitimately how it is at the moment across YouTube. Yeah, it's a bit too safe for clowns like us. But yeah, that's all I'm saying, guys. We've got Sora's going to be joining us soon. Jasmine, I talk about whatever I want. And I talk a lot. And I'm capable of racing and talking at the same time. Stop talking about it. I explain to my audience why. It's a Sunday. It's a long weekend. I'm not the type of sim racer who's going to sit here and talk about my racing line and how fast I'm going, and that's not this group either. So if you expect that, somewhere else. And you did. You just got 25 minutes of racing. Why we had a conversation. Just explaining myself, mate. We were here yesterday. We spent more time talking shit about things that we love while playing a video game than we did talking about anything to do with the video game and racing. We're not your typical YouTube streamers. God, that car looks so nice. That is enough. I reckon the GT is going to be quick. Quantum Leap. Oh, TV show. Yeah, I remember that. There's a new version of it. Wasn't that like 90s as shit? Quantum Leap? Like Channel 10 for us? Drew, you could probably... Quantum Leap. I feel like it had like a dodgy kind of 3D-ish logo. Had some bald guy in it. I remember a bald guy. Had like the... Yeah? Am I remembering correctly? That's like a flashback to fucking like 1996 or something, bro. Yeah? Quantum Leap? I'll look it up. Quantum Leap television series. Yeah, I just got it. He wasn't bald, but he was close to it. Yeah, I remember that American one. Even earlier, 89. Oh my god. Yeah, to 93. Okay, early 90s. Wowee. Dude wasn't bald, but he had that comb over thing going on. Yeah, now I know. Fuck, man. Bob Saget was in it? Oh my god, Bob Saget's a legend. Dean Stockwell. Yeah, mad. That's a throwback, bro. Holy shit. There's some motherfucking typical movie villains, those blokes. Sliders, I remember Sliders. Wasn't that, what's his name? Fox? Something Fox? Jeremy something? Jeremy Fox or something like that? He had the hair too. Remember that guy? And not Fox, I'm thinking of fucking Matthew Fox. Lost. He's cool, he's a legend. Love Matthew Fox. Mad actor. Yeah, I love Back to the Future. Definitely one of my most favourite franchises. Like, a perfect trilogy, dare I say. Like, I know people have their thoughts and favourites on what's the best one. My personal favourite, as biased as shit, is the third. But, like, I genuinely think those movies got better as they went. Like the Star Wars effect, but the third one was my personal favourite because it was cowboy shit. I love the train. I love the Doc, like, rewrites his story and kind of like they set in a loop motion type thing that like Doc had to do that. I love Back to the Future. I think it's a perfect trilogy. Having problems. It's having problems. I bet ya what we should do, oh fuck no, it'd be great to test at some point, maybe even tomorrow. Tomorrow, Arvo. It was just a social admin thing. Everyone was always calling me Joker, and I'm not the Joker, so Jester. I've always been a clown. I wear masks. Loki is a jester. I'm always associated with Loki. Jester. And when I'm in a mood or lit up, I tell jokes, but not everyone thinks they're funny. Generally, the people that they're about don't think they're funny, but everyone else has a good laugh. Jester. What's going on, Lousy? More like Floki? Fair enough. Are you just here to hate, Jasmine? Or you... It's like, I don't know how to take that with Floki. I like Floki personally, but he was a bit evil. Bit twisted. And bald. I'm not bald. I got mad hair. Floki had shitty facial hair and shitty hair. Mad actor. What's going on, Jack? How are you, legend? Yeah, I don't know, I don't know how to take that. But I like Floki. I got no beef with Floki. Yeah, cool. All right, fair. I'll take that. I got no beef with Floki. But he was an evil guy. I certainly wouldn't be going the path that he did in like the middle of the series. He went a bit zealot. He went a bit heretic, zealot. I wouldn't be with Floki on that path. But I like his ending. I really like. I think it was one of the most important things about Vikings. Yes, he does. I was going to say too, because I like him he's in Westworld too. He's in season 2 and a bit of 3 of Westworld. Time loop in that too, like starts with the end and then like plays it back and explains how it got there. But the ending was, because like the show got a bit shit and then it got good again and then it got shit and it got good again. But that ending was as good as you could have got. As spot on as you could have got too, like to history. But yeah, the Skarsgård's bro. He's the older one of the brothers. Hey, Neon's going on, legend. Happy Easter, mate. I think he's the oldest brother. And then there's the really fucking handsome one. Alexander. Yeah, he was the Northman. Before he went to the island, yeah. The Northman. Alexander Skarsgård. Then there's one more. Brandon? I think Brandon's in between Alexander and the guy who plays Floki. And he's like halfway in between them. Bit rough, bit, gorgeous. Like, and then you see the dad. You're like, how'd he create him? No, the Skarsgårds are sick. Westworld was fucking incredible. Westworld was incredible. And yeah, he's only in one season of it. Like, his character is evil, not evil too. He's a corporate. He's someone who's sent to Westworld after the disaster of season 1 to find out what happened.
Come on, mate. Nail this start.
But yeah, they're a mad family. The dad too, bro. Like, if you only know him from the Marvel movies, I feel sorry for you. Like, even though he's hilarious in it. Like, when you go back to those OG Thor movies and he's running around in his jocks, you're like, bruh, how is this same guy? Like, how is this Shakespearean Academy Award winning legendary father actor running around in his jocks in a Marvel movie, and this is like the first people have heard of him? It's really funny. But I love, and he's rolling Andor. He's rolling Andor. I need to get around to rewatching that. Because there are a lot of times where I was watching it kind of on my phone or editing and I'd zone out because it was such a dialogue heavy show. Yeah, there's a lot of, just in general, a lot of monologues in it. Yeah, a lot of monologues, a lot of good ones. Bro, even what they did with the girl, what's her name? Fucking... can't think of her name. The one they all hated. Fucking Leia's friend. Yeah, 100% loud. Set the connections. Set the connections. But 100%, bro. The last thing I have to do, and I'm probably going to do a bit of it tomorrow morning, is shoot a bit of career mode, or shoot a bit more AI footage. I need to shoot a bit more AI footage. But I've absolutely got enough from ranked and customs. I've got more than enough that's going to show the shit, but also show it when it's working, when it's local connections, and even when it's not local connections, but it's good. But like, you know, this guy right in front of me alone, you can't not see that or experience it. Yeah, well, your Nord video, bro. I gave a shout out yesterday and mentioned your Nord video. It said, like, you know, you were like, if that's what they're doing on Nord, then they're 100% like, the AI too on a lot of games, Nord, they never really get it right. For them to be that ruthless there, yeah, I know what you mean. I'm waiting for Invincible to finish, Season 4, so I can watch all that in its entirety. And same with Daredevil. The Season 2 now. Me and the missus are waiting for that. But that's the only two shows that are like out at the moment. For me personally, this is killing me, this fucking Aston. Maybe turn your Twitch stream off, bruh. Look how much speed I'm getting out of the car. I'm not even hitting 6. I extended it. I don't know, bro. I can't explain it. I can't explain it. I really can't. I don't even think they can. I can't explain it, mate. I don't DC ever. I get lobbies that I won't connect to, but I don't DC ever. I mean, at least you got halfway through a race this time. I think it's got to do with the connections though, bro. I mean, this cunt right here. It's too many variables. Not enough clean connections. But this bloke right here, mate. That alone. So fucking annoying. Like, he hasn't even tried to go around me once, anything, and I mean, neither have I, because he's in the faster car. He should have pulled away from me a long time ago. I've had ones that I haven't connected to, Jack, where it's done like, you know, you're sitting there waiting and then it's just failed to connect, or it's timed out, or I had a unique one where I registered for it, sat there for 5 minutes and it didn't start it, and then it said I failed to unregister from the race. And I'm like, what? The last race I'd done, I finished and then registered for another race that didn't put me in it. And that was its excuse when it did its fucking fetching. It's killing me. I think I might just kick this guy or block him or something. I can't deal with this. This is disgusting, and I can't be expected to slow down because I don't even fucking know where he is. The rubber banding. It's killing me. The only one here. And the other 3 blokes, I think, Kiwi in front of me and 2 Americans. So whatever's going on with him, it's just annoying. And it's making the game look like shit. So I'd rather him not be here. Go host your own lobbies, mate. With people local to you. Because he's not even trying to. Like, even that car in front of him, he's just driving straight through it. Can't believe how well matched these cars are. I mean, they're same era, too. He's got to get up to the guys in front. We're Kiwi and an Aussie, so he can go through us. He ain't going to be able to go through the guys up front. If he's driving the way he's driving, he's going to try to. But we've only got one more lap for him to get there. I don't think he's going to get there. No, Jack, no way. I'd let you know, mate. I'd let you know. This is the worst I've seen in a little while. There it is. This guy's a clown. This guy's a fucking clown. He's an actual clown. That's like the 5th time he's done that to me in 2 days. See you later, Jack. You're a clown, mate. I can't. First, you cooked it. Get out. Simple Jack, mate. You're fucked. I'm sick of your shit. That's every fucking time. The dude just drives through me. Oops, it's not working. It's not doing this shit. These cunts gone. I'm not dealing with this today. I was almost going to put up a password lobby today. And look at this shit. I think we might be doing a password lobby, guys. This cunt. I've had enough. Yesterday, 2 or 3 times, dude, in this class, exact same thing. Bumping and grinding on me is one thing, but then over, like, just... Nah, he's out, man. I'm sorry. That's too much contact, and he put me in the wall yesterday at Okayama and drove off, same thing. I'm done with this bloke, man. He's out. He's out. See you later, Jack. Not you, mate. Simple Jack. You never go full retard. See you later, Jack. You and your bowl cut, mate. He's pissing me off. I made contact with him. I still give him space, and the dude just fucking bombs me. Yesterday, exactly the same. 2 or 3 races in a row. And I just let it go. No more, man. I'm done. This guy can fuck off. He gets off on it. I swear. I pointed it out yesterday. Like, some blokes love this racing, this bumping and grinding shit. And then the dive bombs, where they don't pull off their move and they push you off the track. See me dive bombing, I'm pulling it off. I'm not making contact. I'm on the inside on the curb. See you later, mate. You're out. Shit me, bro. There's no culpability with any of them. And you see me, guys, if I hit someone and it's absolutely a hit and uncalled for, man, I pull out. I pull over. I stop. I let everyone go. This drives straight through you. And I had heaps of situations, and it was the same the other race, man. Getting stuck behind him, break him. I'm done. I can't. He's too racy. He doesn't want to concede, wants to dive all the time, loves making the contact, and then drives off when he puts someone in a wall. I can't drive with locals that are like that. Too much of it over the last few days. Not owning up to it. Done with him. He's out. Too much argy-bargy. But it's probably the third time he's put me in a wall, 5th time that we've come together. And always, because I always start at the back, don't I? When I'm behind. Faster. And then that. It's like you have a mad duel and I'm conceding and giving the space and backing out, and then I finally get the pass, and the very next thing that happens is a dive bomb.
Well done, mate. That's a points finish. Nice one.
He's out. I can't do it anymore. He's pissing me off. Cannot do it anymore. So all you've got is block. You don't even have a kick option. Block. We need a kick option. Then once they're kicked, they're not allowed back in. Makes sense. Don't want to block the cunt, but you want to teach them a lesson. Fucking stupid. I'll definitely be saying that to Sora. Kick option, please. Legit, man. Even his connection. He's fucking New Zealander and he's got 200 ping. Jesus Christ, mate. Look at Puff and stuff. Yeah, I said that too, bro. His connection's fucked. Maybe turn the stream off, buddy. Yeah, of course, Jack. No worries, Grumps. $327, Jack, which is to be expected. Look at Scorby, 330. France, 330. Look at this bloke, 700. 700. He's in Germany. Doesn't have fucking players, man, does it? And it'll kick me if I try to look. All right, then. I got no choice. Fuck off. See you later. I've got no choice. I can't even message him and say enough. See you later. And you too. Unblock. Already blocked. Already blocked. I remember this guy. I remember this guy now. And it's gonna... this game. I'm resetting the lobby, guys. I am resetting the lobby. I'm resetting the game. Reset. Oh, that makes so much fucking sense. I'm not even going to go into it. I seen some people racing together today, and I'm not even. I open my mouth, I'm going to say some bad things about some fucking shitty people that love to give me a hard time. But, seen some things today, and then that case right there. How many times you go to look at someone's profile, you're like, oh, makes sense that they're fucking blocked already. New lobby.
One of my best experiences was hammering along the Mulsanne Straight at 200 miles an hour at Le Mans with that white line just disappearing through the middle of the car and just feeling like I was...
And if we need to, will go password protected. And I'll fucking put it on Discord only. There's about 90 people in there, so they'll be the only ones that can get it. I'll be that guy. PMR that guy, because the only way you can fucking report shit and is go on to Discord, so. But I'll do that, legitimately. But it shows that the block thing isn't working. The weather, it is, Drew. Mars, it's a beautiful day, mate. Sat in the sun for a good bit. I already did my shop run in the morning, but sat in the sun for a bit. The cat. Yeah, some of you, honestly, and even some of you American guys we can make contact with. Some of you guys have got around 200. Even, it was crazy. EJ's lobbies. When Sora connected to EJ's lobby, Sweden to America, it was 60 ping. Even he was like, fucking, what's your internet, mate? What's going on, Ming? It happens all the time, Monk. Depends, we get dust storms and rainstorms and shit at the same time. But yeah, Northern Territory, 100%. Everything's red as it is, bro. Even the northern part of my state. That's where the red dirt starts. This cunt. Literally, look. 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 This is... Sora, please, man. I'm going to flip my shit, guys. I'm going to flip my shit. I'm going to flip my shit. I can't message him and tell him to fuck off. I can't message him and tell him to stop hitting me. I've just blocked him. And he can still join the lobby. I'm going to lose my fucking shit. I'm going to lose my shit. I can't even tell him to fuck off. I went to message him nicely and be like, bro, stop fucking around. Like, come on, man. What is the point at this point? What is the point? Incredibly frustrating. Louisiana. Ah, it's killing me, bro. It's killing me. Literally, right. So the dude that was rubber banding, trying to view his profile, I'm like, why can't, he's already blocked. And I remember, as soon as I seen it, I remember the Twitch thing. I remember his messages. That's why he got blocked. Because of his talking through his ass, egotistical racer bullshit on the PSN. Was why he got blocked. Simple Jack's getting blocked because he can't stop putting me in the fucking wall. We barely have people that we can make contact with, and this bloke manages to hit me every race. And I can't keep them out of the lobbies. Like, it's been a problem from... And what I just mentioned before, when I said I seen some people racing together this morning, I don't mean the people that caused the shit earlier either. But one of them racing with another one now. So you basically got two people that have been banned from this game, now racing together, being all... And my brain is just like, what the fuck is going on with people? A snake's a snake. Oh, I will, mate. Don't worry. I will fuck your face, young dragon! Yeah, exactly, Mars. Exactly. Driving like that, and I can't even actually genuinely reach out and go, bro, please stop, or you're getting kicked. And hey, that message wouldn't have mattered because I can't kick him. Where is it? I'm fucking... That's it, mate. Bring out the fucking bat. Right? The bat. Bat's out. Next cunt gets a bat. Alright? Casey Jones. Next cunt gets the bat. That's it. Fuck him. Fuck him. I'm alright. I'm alright. It's a Sunday. It's Easter Sunday, guys. It's a 4-day weekend. Be happy. So don't worry about a thing. Every little thing will be alright. No, I'm not blaming you, sorry. Let me know whenever you're ready too, because I think I know the first thing we're going to talk about, and it's not that. Yeah, I'm not blaming you, people. I'm frustrated about the people. The game, yeah, it doesn't help, but I'm frustrated about the people. That's always the bit that will drive me up a fucking wall. Yeah, 30. Yeah, 30. Tell me we got 30. Oh, come on! I'm doing it. I don't care. I'm doing it. Right.
Making something honest. You keep circling the same. I know I am without your noise. I hear my truth above your voice.
Five. It's getting a lot easier. It's getting a lot easier. All right. We scored. This might lose sound, but I mean, the sound's always fucked anyways. But I know how I'm going to do it because I was able to do it with drums. It's a cruisy. Cruisy. It's already fucked the device probably. I heard the blub blub. I knew it. It has. Live racing. PS5. Deactivate. Activate. Sound. Really? Turn the sound down a little. Go back to Discord. Jump into there. Make that the microphone. Make it that one. Oh, that should be good for that. I think Sora's already in. Now I've just got to see if I can hear him. I can. Beautifully. Okay. Now I've got it on OBS's end.
No time set. Starting at the back of the grid.
Just give me a sec
Be a long race.
make sure they can hear you now. Testing. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I can see you coming through on OBS. So do that, and they should be good. All right. Welcome,
Excellent.
Sora. How are you,
How
man?
you doing?
Oh, yeah. Getting it
Passionate
out.
as always, I hear.
I'm getting it out. We had some mad passion to start the stream. How's D&D?
So my character died.
Tragic.
Got stun locked after the first round, and then died. So that was, admittedly, it was pretty funny. Just so my character after the first round of combat gets paralyzed, then gets
Epic
knocked
fail.
down.
Epic fail.
Yeah, fails a death save. Gets healed by the healer. So back up before it becomes their turn again. Back down again, and then immediately hit by a crit, which does more than max health damage. Dead.
Take some of those cars off the line.
It was beautiful.
Beautiful. Oh, I stopped.
The
Missed the start.
Don't do
we
that.
got a pile up already. All right. I'll concentrate in a sec. I just want to get through this first lap without killing anyone.
Yep.
Let the field separate itself.
That first minute or so is often the most intense.
All right. I'm going to have to leave them to that because I've got to definitely do some sound balancing. So, because the game's too loud on my end, for them I've turned it down.
Mhm.
Need to turn it down in the devices on my end. More volume settings. Because the game's too loud on my end. For them I've turned it down. Come on, mate. Headphones volumes, more audio. Where are the apps? Where are all the apps? Import volumes. Do that. So yeah, that'll probably do it. And you in the background, all sound devices everywhere. Input, output, headphones, input, that one. Turn that one down. Have you had your campaign been going for a while, or was it a new campaign?
Let's see. We've been doing this one for probably about, I want to say 4 months now.
4 months. How many characters? How many players?
We've gained some and lost some, so trying to remember how many we have now. 6 players currently.
Oh, that's not bad. How many characters? That's not
Yeah,
bad.
it's a pretty good group. So the majority of the group, we've now been playing together for, I think, 3 years.
Yeah.
And this is our 4th campaign together.
Like people who are running leagues for, over seasons, over a couple of years. Same thing, basically. All right, I'm going to drop that. Just making sure sound levels are still good on the stream. They can hear me fine. They can definitely hear you fine. I'll
That is good.
Drop the game volume a bit. And crank you up. All right. What exactly... We'll begin just with a question. What is your role in development? Are you a dev? Are you someone who does stuff post development, pre-development, etc.? Just begin wherever you want.
Well, my title is Senior Network Programmer. What I actually do is a whole lot of shit. So I help to set up our...
than you were meant to.
Yeah. But I mean, we're relatively a small team. I'm not actually sure of headcount, but the online team consists of 3 people at the moment.
3 people.
Yep. And so I do a bit of helping set up the servers, writing the code for the servers, specifically like the game part. So we can have 2 separate online backends. One is kind of for the multiplayer part, so your actual races and connecting to other players, all that kind of stuff. And then we have like a database backend for managing what rank races are going on, your account data, all that kind of stuff. So me specifically, I work on the multiplayer side, so the actual races, managing the game state, getting you connected to other players, all that stuff.
Okay.
And then on the game side, it's managing these connections to other players and to our servers, and assisting the gameplay team in integrating new features into multiplayer. But then also managing things like the block list, as you may have experienced some issue with that. That kind of thing is also under my purview.
You mentioned servers. Now, you've been saying for some time, like, I think you wanted to get something out to the public or, into the Discord or whatever. What are they? How, and I'm not going to be able to understand, but some people might be able to.
I think
it appears
we
to
can
be
explain it in a way.
The public perception is that it appears to be peer-to-peer. And even looking at individual ping, and then I feel I understand the ghosting side of it in terms of a crash prevention measure, but I still don't understand how any of the... If it was peer-to-peer, I would understand that more, the ghosting as a crash prevention measure, but if it's not peer-to-peer, then, I don't understand any of it at all, basically.
So we have 2 separate kind of methods of communication between players. And so as a base, we have what we call a lobby host service. And so what this does is it manages all the users that are in the lobby. So when you join, you connect to this server. It hosts then the list of all the users. It manages the current state of the race. So, are you in practice? Are you in quali? Are you moving to kind of the final lap? Are you in countdown? All of these things it manages. When somebody completes
So by
a
that,
sector,
when you said, are you in the final lap, so like flags and stuff too, you mean, basically? Like, because it brings out the white flag for the final lap or... Cause...
Yeah, so those flags. Things like blue flags are handled client-side based on the position of the other vehicle. And so that is where our peer-to-peer side comes in. So to reduce latency as much as possible, we send all the data about other players' vehicles directly peer-to-peer.
Okay.
For example, here when you're
that's the
viewing...
crash prevention measure in a nutshell.
Yeah, because there, when you have a very high ping, the vehicle is never going to be where you think it is, because we cannot predict the future. So that is not to say that we don't intend on improving this and kind of working on it and making a better experience, but essentially, when we receive a packet from another user, we know that it came from some time in the past. So they have already moved on from wherever that was. And then we try to take that along with the previous packets they've sent to figure out roughly where they are probably at the moment.
Yeah, that's a lot of stuff trying to happen at the same time.
Yeah. And so the primary issue
regards to that, because like you're saying, this is people that are very far away from each other in terms of, because even in my experience, the threshold seems to be around 200 and under. And you'll seem to have almost like a meshing contact almost. Like it's there, you're aware of it, you'll almost get like the audio cue. And then, once you start to work your way well below that number, then it's 100%. Like I feel too, at the number 200, visually, it looks spot on. But physically, it will still mesh a little. And then as you get lower down, it'll be perfect. And as you go higher up, it's full ghosting and there's cars going through everyone everywhere. Okay, so you said a server, and is that because I don't really know how servers work. I know servers have to be rented or hosted or have a physical location or something like that. Is this as such?
Yeah, so we host these servers ourselves. We have...
From the studio?
Well, so we don't actually have, Straightforward doesn't have a specific office location. So our partners, Giants, have helped us with kind of server hosting. So
that's through their experience
we have some
with
in
all the farming games and such, because apparently they've been doing that for some time.
Yeah, they've been doing that for a long time. Yeah. They have all this set up.
And I remember them saying they've got servers that have been going on for decades, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. How do we go about improving that from there? Is it possible?
It's definitely possible.
What's the next step for, I guess, any of it in terms of the ghosting, the physical contact, and or server location type possibilities?
Yeah, so the number one first step is to improve our prediction code, because currently it doesn't do a good enough job.
Do you think that's because of how you've explained before about how the physics engine and everybody's, like it was what he was explaining about the AI, how the AI ran on the exact same physics engine as you, everybody's running on that same, like, because it seemed to nuke the game with the AI, right?
Yeah.
So with this, you've got 32 people and they're trying to run on that physics engine with the predicted algorithm. Like, do you think that it's essentially could be something like that? Like it is as you said, it's sending the packet data, it's not able to keep up with it. It's trying to do its predictive measures. Is there basically, could it be the engine that is running, or is it more just a kind of internet-related server issue solely?
Neither really. So traditionally, the way that you would kind of handle this is you would receive the remote player's inputs, and then you would put that into your physics system, and you would kind of use the physics engine to predict where they're going. Because there is so much fine detail in our physics engine, that is hugely costly. So trying to run, 32 instances of the cars kind of going around is just too costly to do if we want to have consoles being able to run 32-player multiplayer. So to find a solution around that, we instead use some mathematical algorithms to put in the most recent data we have received and some historical data to create a rough kind of line of how we think the vehicle will travel given known physics. That is, say, we know the velocity, we know the weight of the vehicle, kind of.
Based on that,
we can kind of predict.
I would say 100% you have that. In terms of the cars still racing the line and at the pace that they should, like regardless of physical connection to each other. But the problem that I see mostly, and it's like if you treat the system with respect, it can still, like it happens less, basically. What I see as the main reason that it stands out so much now, and this is a segue almost, it allows you to breathe a little and step away from the server side of things, stop sweating, is a physical implementation of like a contact type, even on the radar side of it, more of a, if you could implement something like, when the cars are inside each other and it's like physically shown both on the screen and the radar. If there was a warning type system that the longer that stayed on, it's like a essentially the same thing as like an off track, or like neither driver is, you know what I mean? Neither driver is adhering or respecting that. Like, I know it's not a normal thing for any racing game, or for all racing games. I have seen it in other games. ACC definitely had some similar stuff going on. And then when you see, as even something as simple as Gran Turismo, when you see someone on that with a really dodgy connection, it's the exact same thing. The teleportation stuff, where you get rubber banding, and then eventually the person would like teleport their way down the track, grinding along the wall. Like it would just do something unlike you've never, you know what I mean? Like something impossible. So even the be all and end all, the big daddy of console sim racing, in terms of the way it does it with that data packet and sending and receiving and the predictions, is exactly the same. Even on a much larger scale, if it's a shitty connection, that's how it's going to be, unfortunately, all the time. Like
there's only so much you can do
the way
with
it looks. Yes, like that's what I'm trying to say too. That I think I've seen it in other games, like ACC SimGrid, very much the same thing, and that didn't have the ghosting so much. So the physical contact would come into it, and all of a sudden, you'd have a person in front of you, then behind you, then in front of you, and then all of a sudden you would get physically, launched 180 degree, like because all of a sudden they're behind you and it's a tap, and like when it actually catches up and kicks in, and that would absolutely wreck you and ruin everything. As it stands right now, there's people that are abusing it, and I think that's what is making it so unappealing, aesthetically unappealing. When it's respected and it's people within a certain threshold of ping, I still think it's absolutely feasible. Like in terms of, like you see when you see the amount of flags, you're like, what? You know what I mean? Like, if I was in Gran Turismo and I joined a lobby that had that many flags, I would back out immediately. Like I would be like, I'm not racing in this lobby, bro. Like it's going to be cooked, like, so I think even the criticism side of it, I think people are forgetting, a lot of other games. And then the fact that a lot of other games will have a bigger player base and a different server system, and more of it's selected to, people can go into regions and stuff like that.
There's a huge thing there with, because of our current user base, you are often ending up playing with people all over the globe, which I'm gonna be real. I have not seen a single game that can handle that properly
same.
unless it's turn-based.
100%. I'm saying,
That's-
yeah, no, 100%. And then, even Magic, turn-based when you're playing with someone who's got 600 ping can be a pain in the ass. Yu-Gi-Oh, I've been there.
Yep. So there's a lot of issues there with just
It's like,
hyping.
the timers, when you'd have like a 10-second thing to like counter a move or something like that, and you'd have someone doing the deliberate wait thing, and then there'd be a ping measure, and all of a sudden you missed your turn. Like,
Yep.
I have had that in card games, bro. Had that in card games. And then something like a MOBA, unplayable.
Yeah.
At that point, like
The
anything
reaction
over
times you need. It's
anything over 300 ping in a MOBA, unplayable. I can still race around the track on this with people with 300 ping.
and that's part of the thing is that we don't want to stop people from being able to play with other people wherever they are in the world. However, our current solution to this obviously doesn't work because people abuse the system.
Yeah, that's the problem. So the segue,
So
penalty system, contact, something that's either a proximity thing in the radar system, something that's implemented there. Like I said, like if both players' radars, it's like, it's like taking ACC's safety rating, the SA thing, where it doesn't matter who made the contact. You know what I mean? If it's a situation where the lag prevention measure is in there, but the game can recognize that the radars are meshing, a player should be getting a warning. You know what I mean? Get out. Like, provide this. Like, I don't know. I know it'd be very hard to do. I know it'd be very hard to do. But if not that, then every time people are ghosting, it has to be treated like they're actually making contact with them. And then you're going to have a very, very extreme penalty system. But people will start to react to the cars in front of them and the cars around them, and rather than just go straight through them.
We can absolutely look into just adding
Physical
penalties for.
And like, I would love to see the beta testing, like just you guys goofing around, testing.
Driving inside of each other.
That no, I mean, all right, no. So just you guys in the office, Europeans as example, like, so where you can do the physical contact. One, like we haven't even had the chance to do. I've wanted to do this with my Aussies and Kiwis. Get in a lobby and go wreckfest. 1 lap, full damage, wreckfest, to see the limits of when people have good connections with each other. How spot on and reactionary and brutal and violent can it be? You know what I mean? Like, I really want to mess around one day just to do that. So you guys testing a penalty system, I feel like that would have to be like a given. You know what I mean? Like, pushed to those limits. The hard thing, and I know with penalty systems, is like even something as simple as like that, the rear quarter panel, a little bit of side contact, and all of a sudden you're 180'd, is how does that get penalized? You know what I mean? Like in terms of velocity, contact point. I don't know how penalty systems work at all ever in a racing game. Okay, I'll say that. And
I think they work differently in each game, and there would be a certain amount of.
When it comes to consoles, as example, Gran Turismo from Sport to 7, and that's an 8-9 year history. People, the whole player base, mate, they hate it. To this day, they hate it. Like there is a player base out there for Gran Turismo that say Kaz does not listen to the player base because there's never been a hardcore implemented contact penalty system at all in that game. Like, there's contact penalties, but it's incredibly inconsistent. It can be gamed. Like, it can be gamed, like there are people who game the system and will, like, you can grind on someone essentially, like rather than direct punt someone, you know what I mean? You can, like as an example, the way you can game the system. So you can get right on someone's tail, right? And essentially attach to their bumper in a braking zone. And rather than like punt them straight off, you can essentially just kind of brake late and force them off their line, but you're both making contact as you come into the hairpin. The game doesn't see it as a punt, and like they'll end up with the contact for going off the track, and the person who did it.
And there you have the difficulty of adjusting that case versus catching someone brake checks.
Yeah.
So how do you know who's actually the person?
I agree.
So there's a lot of difficulty there. I think, like, for a simplified solution for kind of like, because we currently have the whole ghosting thing, which is, I think, where a lot of people's issue comes from, is just people driving through others, no consequence. Adding something in where if you are to have someone ghosted and you do just drive through them, we can detect that quite easily.
Yeah.
We can just mark it as like,
velocity,
yep, we can see that you're doing this.
Yeah.
Which will then force people
Do you
to.
think that would be a good start or direction?
I think it's something we need to like bring up with design and try it out and kind of see, because a lot of the times with like implementing new systems, we don't know the full consequences of it until it's in.
It happens, yeah. Until you've got people trying to exploit it or people trying to adhere to it.
Yeah, because like the current ghosting system, the developers, when we've been testing, generally didn't purposefully drive through people because, like, it's supposed to be a racing sim. Like, the intent is to drive like they are there.
Yeah. Yeah, like
I mean,
like
if
what
you
you're
stop
seeing
and
in
think
our
about
lobbies, like what you're seeing in our lobbies when it's got the people that have been racing around each other all the time.
Yeah. And I mean, if you stop and think about it, yeah, people are going to abuse every system we put in place. So really, we should think, how can someone abuse this? For example, putting a penalty on if you're inside of each other. If someone doesn't like you, theoretically, they could just find you, drive into you, stay inside you, and then the system doesn't know which user is
I agree.
purposefully in the other. So there's things there that would need to be kind of checked. Potentially, you know, marking something on someone's account if they do it every time they do it, and then have that be a over time thing where the first few times you do it, nothing will happen.
That's why I think like a proximity warning type thing, a system that even is just related to the radar. It doesn't even have to be kind of heavily penalty based or anything like that, but more of an emphasis, I guess, on a warning of the radar, maybe even the spotter. No, the spotter, because that'd be silly and reprogramming that. But I think the radar would be a good place to start because, as you said, you know, like you could get people who are absolutely going to abuse it. I don't know, because like the penalising, as you said, it wouldn't, if it's going to penalise both, someone could just do it. It'd be very hard to implement. Like, but that's my big thing. I feel people even in the lobbies, like they're not racing with their radar. You know, like they're just going off of trajectory, velocity, their racing line, and a person's connection to them. You know, like there's no respect for the. You've still got to try to go around someone.
There is currently, like, if you look at the radar, when you start colliding someone, the little icon turns red. So if you have any form of collision, they will be red. I think technically that's based on them being
the radar,
like very close. But yeah, it's in the radar.
It does do it. Yes, it does. But 100. I've joked about it that these blokes think it's like a flying game and they get the missile lock. You know, beep, 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 direct hit. Like it feels like that with the rate. Like you're not seeing the red crack. Like
it's like red. That means you're not supposed to be there. Red is bad.
Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. So that's what you're already working on then.
So work on this hasn't been started because primarily my focus has been getting the disconnects sorted.
So what? That would still be something you would have to be responsible for? A future penalty system?
No, that would be working together with the gameplay team to figure out some system to work and then go through design. So it would be multiple people working on it together.
Drew asked, do you have race stewards help with what is or isn't a penalty and what rules they should be using? Like, in terms of if with an upcoming possible penalty system?
I believe we do have stewards that we discuss these things with. I'm not 100%, as that is not something so generally the way, from my perspective, these things usually work is someone will go and create a design document based on gathering information from people, internet, whatever sources it is that they gather them from. They design the system, they give it to me, and then I implement that system. So I am much more of a low-level technical implementation person rather than the design person for most of these kind of
Low-level.
systems.
Sora, mate, we'll get that sorted. All right, I'm telling you, we're gonna get in contact with Big Kev. We're gonna say, mate, Sora is your PR god. Big ups, Zir. One moment, Sora. We just got raided, and I think it's gonna blow up. Zir, mate, I have a developer for the game in the chat right now. So we're talking about that, but we will catch up on that. I did see some crazy things that happened on that. Big ups to Lee. Arsenal is shit. Do you follow any football, Sora?
I'm
You're a fan
afraid
of
I do
football?
not.
Okay. No,
Sports in general
fair. That's
have.
fair. You're a nerd. That's fair. You know, it's
Yep.
all right. You wouldn't claim to be an Arsenal supporter anyways, today's mate. That's all these blokes who've just showed up. They've just lost their second cup in 2 weeks.
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah, they were lining up. They were lining up for before. You know that old saying, "Don't count your chickens before they hatch." That's what Arsenal did this season. They were lining up 4 trophies a couple of weeks ago, and now they're only looking at 2, and they've lost the last 2 in 2 games. So not looking good. But big ups to the Raiders. Good to see you guys. Much love, Lee. I am genuinely shattered for him. Hope you guys are doing well and having a great Easter. You've joined us at a time that we're very privileged to have at the moment. We've had a developer or some developers hanging out in our races and our lobbies. And Sora's been kind enough to join us for a chat today about a game that's having a few issues. Sum it up well with the chickens. Yeah, it's an old, my dad used to say to me, bro, don't count your chickens before they hatch. It was one of his favourites, that's for sure. Old Aussie saying. Smash up those subs if you can, Raiders. 3 more subs and get me 26.50. I'll do a membership giveaway. We're smashing the goals. Getting a Socceroo shirt for the World Cup. I don't know. Sweden got in there, mate. You should have seen how they got in there too. Bit of a joke. But the Sweden also the Arsenal's key striker is the main Swedish striker, Big Vic Gyrick is. Big Viking dude. He's a legend. I like him. He was one of my favourite FC players.
It does seem weird to have people from other countries playing for your football team, but
bro, it's all over the world at the moment. That stuff, man, it's so bad. Like it's so we literally too. Australia just had a young upcoming talent. He had dual citizenship, Italian, Australian, and he'd had like a dozen or so caps for the Socceroos. And he was only 22, 23. And in the qualifying process of this World Cup, he decided all of a sudden he's Italian. Italy just failed to qualify for their 3rd straight World Cup, and Australia are in. So, gold. I was like, sucks to be that little turncoat. I'm very excited for the World Cup. I think it's going to be stupid too, just with everything that's going on, the world, America, everything like that. But Australia is in the same group as America, so I am very, very excited for that. I'm not too big on the football myself, but these lads get me excited for it. I smash FIFA. But yeah, I love winding these lads up though. They love it. They love it as much as we love our nerd shit and gaming, mate. So their lives are consumed by it. But big ups to your Raiders. We now have nearly 140 of you watching. Look at that, Sora.
goddamn,
Yeah.
you're famous.
No, it's just Lee. He's a legend, dead set legend, but he's probably fucking crying right now. He'd be filthy today. All right. So, what could... All right. We know because of some conversations we've already had here that the block thing, the block thing's coming. All right. Can we get something as simple as a kick? You know what I mean?
Yes.
Because we don't like,
it's-
even I said before, I don't necessarily want to be blocking, especially blue flags, you know, Australians and Kiwis. I don't necessarily want to be blocking everybody that likes a bit of argy-bargy. I still need local connections in my races, and there's not enough of them. But the ability to kick someone and, you know, they can't come back till the next time you start a lobby or whatever, something as simple as that. Because that's how the kick works in Gran Turismo, as example. Like, so if they get, as long as that lobby stays up, they can't come back. You know, you'd have to restart a lobby for them to be able to join again without them being blocked. You know, just a simple kick.
It's so we have currently. I don't think it'll be in the next build, or the next patch. Just because
I was going to say,
things looking at the
mate.
Well, yeah. So internally, we make multiple builds before we make a patch.
I know.
Make a build, test it, all that stuff.
I can imagine that some of the bigger gaming companies and developers out, imagine some of the stuff they'd have just sitting behind the scenes casually, you know, like the next 5 years of development, basically.
Yeah. So, but I mean, kick is coming. The current version of it that is implemented just kicks the person out of the lobby. It doesn't stop them from rejoining any kind of way. Currently works essentially like our block does. Because that's broken and not working properly. Yeah, we can definitely add so it just doesn't let them back in for the remainder of that lobby.
Yeah, that's simple. Like, and I know what you're saying too, Miley, and I agree. But just in this case, like, look, I couldn't even message you, dude, because of PSN settings. I couldn't even message him, be like, bloke, come on, mate, you've murdered me 5 days in a row. Like, can we stop? I couldn't even do that, and then the only other option was to block, and then even that doesn't keep him out. So just a simple kick, you know, like I'm not trying to abuse anything, Brian. I'm not saying I'm not the type of guy that's going to be hitting. I'm not the type of guy that's going to be hitting, getting hit or like, and instantly quitting out of my race to kick someone, bro. Like when it came to Gran Turismo, I didn't even bother with any of that shit. Like I get annoyed with it with my mates, you know, when I was hosting, and I say it here all the time, the amount of people that will have a crash lap 1 or lap 2 and then they quit out, and I'm like, yeah, it was someone crashed into you. Then, you know, if they drive like that, they missed the braking point, they've crashed into you, you know, they're going to kill themselves at some point. Just keep racing, man. Like I've always said that, you know, it shits me. You don't get any better. Like if you just quit straight, like you'll see me, my retire will come when it's like the last lap, second last lap, and I've spun 2, 3, 4 times. That's when I'll retire. I'm like, all right, I've done it. I've cooked the tires, you know, like, but just the moment the chaos happens at the start, there's no point quitting out straight away. None.
Yeah. It's I'm part of there is if someone's hosting a lobby,
Lol.
sure they can kick, but then like, if they're just being abusive and kicking that, don't join their lobbies again in future.
Yeah. No,
A little bit, like if they're a shit person, like you just don't want to join their lobbies because their lobbies are not going to be a sporting environment. That's
yeah, well, that's the stuff that I'm trying to stamp out of mine. Where like, I mean, I'm all for, like, I'm the first person too, even when my guys are pointing fingers at each other, and the first thing I look at is if they're in different regions, and it happens a lot between the Americans and the Europeans. They're always kind of, you know, the first ones basically, like the fast boys, the respective fast boys of each, you know, transatlantic bloody region. The first thing they do is, and I'm like, guys, like, 1, the connections, 2, you're all quick, and you know, like it's in the moment. Like people make mistakes and shit too. Like it's not like you're actually like just outright trying to fucking T-bone someone, you know, like,
yeah.
I think that's the first thing. Like egos will do that a lot too. Like that's why, especially even in this stuff, I truly don't care. It's custom lobbies. Like I don't care. And most of the people who've ever earned a block from me, it's happened in ranked.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to there, blocking someone in ranked won't get them out of that race. There is no host to kick people out of a ranked race. So in the competitive sense there, it
Yeah, I
can
know you mean. I
impact
know you
if the
mean. I
person's
know. That's
holding.
other games too. You cannot stop that. You're at best, you just can't interact with them. Like if the game has a chat
Yeah.
feature or whatever, then you cannot tag them. They can't tag you. You can't talk to them. You don't see their comments
Yeah.
type thing. Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean there. You're an open competition with entry thing, unless someone's getting like a friggin' IP ban or a console ban or something like that. It's not happening.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's ever happened. Like I've heard of brick consoles before. I think Key, truthfully, I've heard that a lot, that he's had bricked PS5s from getting reported too many times, and like the IP on the individual IP address on the console gets
But usually it would be the MAC address on the console,
something like that.
as the MAC address will
whatever.
be
Like I know it's
consistent.
something that the like PSN themselves that they have, and they can essentially
Yeah.
stop you from being able to get on the actual network at all. I
Yeah,
don't
the
watch
console
the guy.
has a.
I don't care for him, but I've just seen the videos where people talk about it, and they've said that he's gone through 5 or 6 PS5s because of how many times he's been blocked and bricked, which is crazy to me.
Yeah.
All right, I'm trying to. I can't actually see all the comments because I'm racing in so you now. All right, what do we do?
I'm just driving.
Yeah, same. I can read and drive. Run a league that enforces. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Bert, and that's what I'm trying to have here too, bro. That's what I'm really trying to have here with the way us guys drive around each other. And even the other day, like EJ was having some lobbies, and they were woeful with the way people were driving with him. He was almost the first person to cop it every time, and he kind of crashed out. And I was doing my thing, and he went and basically had a break and then came and joined us, and just straight away, like he had his half a dozen or a dozen proper ones. He wasn't streaming, so he didn't have the randoms, and I was hosting with my 10 or so, and just instantly, like those first 2 or 3 races with all of us there was the best fun any of us have had. You could see everyone, like Monza. I remember we did Monza in the wet, and we were driving into turn 1, and everyone was on the brakes, all the mist was up, and still a couple of cars got upended, that everybody was slowing down when the cars got upended too. Like we were tiptoeing out of turn 1.
There's a lot of
common courtesy. Like even now,
people
I'm behind
do
EJ.
not
He's
take.
got a different class, and I'm treating him like I've got to go around him, and it makes your moves better. Like it's practice.
It does make you practice a lot more. It's requires a lot more skill rather than just drive through them.
Regardless, Miley, I think it's a basic thing for every game that's ever existed, bro. Yeah, people abuse it. And those people that abuse it are the type of fucking little trolls that have, 5 people in their lobby, or the type of little snowflakes that have like 3 people in their lobby, and that's all it ever is. Like, that's fine, bro. I'm not one of them, though. I still run, like, even GT7, bro. I've always done... I've got lobbies I lock people out. I've got lobbies I lock people out based on skill, qualifying, cars, everything. And then I just go free-for-all, too, because you got to get the memes. You got to get the lols. Like, you got to take the piss, Like, I think, though, no matter what, every single game that there is, if you are hosting something, you have the ability to kick people. And that's just common. Yeah, it gets abused. It gets abused in everything, bro. Like, but I'm not going to be one of them. There will always be those type of people. But as I said, all they do is lessen the actual community that they can race around. And if you're worried about me doing that, don't worry, bro. Like, it's why even with this guy, I tried to message him. And then when I couldn't message him, I'm like, all right, now you need to fuck off. And I can't, like, you know what I mean? Like, just having people take me out the way they do, and not even a message being like, my bad, bro. I can't have that happen to me day in, day out in lobbies that I'm hosting, that people are in the same region as me, and I'm not having any acknowledgement here, PSN, anything. I just can't let that happen. Like, I can't. It's probably memes to them, bro. I'd just rather not have to deal with them. Like, even on the snowflake side, not even on the snowflake side, like just the lower skilled side. The amount of drivers you see running, you know, it's so fucking silly. A 3 or 4 lap race on Daytona or Spa, and they don't even have qualifying, and then like I'll get like 5 people in it and fucking all crash out turn 1, and see it all the time.
That'd be an interesting feature to have. If someone doesn't get a qualifying time, they don't get to participate in the race.
I don't think that should be a thing, ever. Because the game's penalty system can be brutal with the track limit sometimes. You can be trying to actively avoid someone in qualifying and then pick up a penalty that will invalidate your lap. It is very, like, qualifying.
Does still need to be improved.
A lot of faster drivers will say this too. Qualifying is the most frustrating time to play this game. Qualifying is a mess because of the skill discrepancy between people and such. Like, it's... I think that, like, even this, you know, with the, if you don't ready up, this should be this, rather than, you should be starting from pit lane, or your car should be in that ready position like it is when you're in practice in your pit box. You know what I mean? And if you've missed the start, then you just drive out from the box, you know, with a, or you don't even need to bother about having a time penalty or whatever. They just can't drive out the box until all the cars have driven past the line.
Yeah.
If they miss the start, because we at the moment, as example, bro, we don't even have a goddamn timer. I missed one before.
Which, that is, there used to be one. I'm not sure what happened to it.
2.0, man. Even now, I just realised too, and it's been a lot of the cars. These cars don't have the tyre pressure up.
You mean on the right-hand side there?
Yeah.
So that's actually not the tire pressure. That is the exhaust pressure, I believe. And so that has not been hooked up on all cars yet because it uses... yes.
What's exhaust pressure? Like boost, turbo, or whatever?
I couldn't tell you exactly what it is because...
why do we need that information?
I can see if I can find the...
Be like, oh no, my... What was it? What pressure?
It's... I can't remember if it is exhaust or it's part of the engine pressure. It's there for diagnostic detail, not so much for like...
to do with what's happening in the race.
Yeah.
What's alright? So what's the like the little T-bar pogo stick looking thing then? Is that the drivetrain and grip, or because it looks like clutch, gearbox, something like that? The one on the right, in the middle, in the power part. Looks like it's got like 4 wheels and a drivetrain through the middle. You've got the F, R, E, X, and then on the right, it looks to me, that's what it looks like. It looks like it's whatever the car's drivetrain is or whatever, like, or its gearbox or the grip levels, I don't know, or the diff.
Yeah.
Power,
I would need to check with smarter people than me.
Yeah, I haven't read the widget data yet. I wouldn't understand
yeah, it's not fully hooked up in all vehicles, which is why there is just no data there. I believe we are going to add some stuff to make that a bit more clear. As, yeah, currently it can be a bit confusing.
Alright, so what's next, mate? Without any embargo preaching or breaching?
Stability.
Yeah.
That is #1 priority, which, you know, hopefully with next patch, we will have a lot, if not all of the disconnection stuff fixed.
And the home menu stuff.
So the home menu is still
That's right,
work
mate,
in
you're right,
progress.
that's right,
There's
yeah, you said that last night.
there's some issues that crop up from disabling it. There's a lot of stuff that assumes certain states of things, which when you're on the home menu, you're not, and so it causes some issues. And then there's all the edge cases of if you go into the home menu while you're loading into a race. And so it does need to be handled carefully and kind of make sure that we're not breaking things by kind of removing that. Yeah, so that's kind of the current focus, is just getting stability up to the point where everyone is able to play consistently. That is number one priority.
Yeah, definitely consistent. Yes. When I'm lit up and I'm crashing out, that's the word, a key word. I'm like crying out. Where's the consistency? Like,
yeah, it's a large part of the problem we have as well is a large part of the user base never experiences these issues. The people that do experience it consistently.
Yeah, I know what you mean. A lot of the PC users, from what I've seen.
Yep.
Do you think certain console, like, I don't know the exact eras of the current generation of console, but I know with like the older ones, you know, they went through some, like even before the Pro, the difference between, there was so many different PS4s. Do you think that has anything to do with it, with, say, just as example, what is it, the PS5 and the Series X or whatever that it's on the Xbox? Like, you know, say someone who's got an older, like as example, mine's about 2 years old, that was, you know, bought as like a package deal. Mine, and then there's people who've probably got a PlayStation that came out 5 years ago. Do you think that has anything to do with the way some of these constant problems, like even my mate now, Sparrow, who has not been playing the game, he's got a normal PS5, he's jumped on it today, he's had many, big ups for the raid legend, big ups Liam, he has had many disconnects today. He's disconnected from every single straight lobby of mine, and he's a local.
Yeah, so the disconnects seem, as far as we can tell, and from the changes we've done to fix it, is just purely based on your network. Not necessarily like the network setup you have at home, but also like your ISP's configuration. If you're running through a VPN, there's so many variables that go in there.
Because like I've got a VPN, but I don't use it on my PlayStation. You know what I mean? Like, and then even when I'm streaming, I'm connected locally when I'm streaming. You know, via a VPN, but I'm still connected to a local area, basically. Like, my IP should be a common one.
Even with it being just a local, that can add additional disruption. Essentially, so the fundamental problem we had was some of the data packets we were sending were too large. And if your network was just straight A to B, then this worked fine because there was no additional data added on any of the steps. However, when you add a VPN, for it to kind of send that traffic, it adds on an additional kind of header, which adds on a bit of extra data. And then there's a bunch of things ISPs do to allow you to have more people connected to the same network that can additionally add on additional header, which makes this packet larger and larger. And so due to us using an already very large packet, these additional packet headers got added, which made it too large, and so routers and switches would just start dropping the packets because they're just too large.
And that causes disconnects, essentially.
And so this is not a kind of particularly uncommon problem, but it's usually something you deal with relatively early on. We have recently had some changes to our packets, which have made them larger than they used to be, which is why 2.0 resulted in more disconnects than previously.
So that's just general improvements because we got graphics, we got lighting, we got a whole new UI. Like even the game itself, you know, even cars. As example, if we're driving cars that have a whole new default setup, example, you know what I mean? All the information that's been sent. You're just saying, like, all these cars have had improvements made to them. The update alone was 5-6 gig.
Yeah, there's a lot there. We've updated what data we are sending between clients and between the server and the client, which now just uses up more data.
Yeah, Wi-Fi Maxi. I don't recommend Wi-Fi for anybody at all. Even in the current console era, I'm plugged in. I only have, like, even in here right now, there's 4 or 5 devices hooked up to the internet. 2 are plugged in, the PS5 and the PC that does the streaming, and they're both plugged in with a like high speed, you know, it's like a DSL 8 or something like that. It's like the highest speed fiber network cable that you can get that's like not an industrial one. So, and I don't have disconnect problems like that, like, you know what I mean, like the other people do. Yeah,
Wi-Fi
the Wi-Fi is horrible on a PS5, Drew. It's been the same since PS3, like historically.
And Wi-Fi as a technology is a bit deceptive in the way it is marketed. So the way we generally communicate about how good a network is just the speed of the network. We just say, oh, this can handle gigabit. It's like, cool. It can send 1 gigabyte of data per second. That's fine. The problem is, the part that they don't tell you is the consistency of latency between those packets. So when you send out a packet via Wi-Fi, you'll kind of shout it out to the world, and then some other system in there will hear that and then kind of transmit that packet. Which that can happen either, you know, at like 0 milliseconds or potentially 100 milliseconds. You have a massive delay in how much time it takes for these packets.
Between 0 and 100 in a racing game is a lot.
It's insane.
Yeah,
and so this is why generally we say that Wi-Fi is terrible for gaming.
Yeah,
even if you have this really fast network where you can send lots of data.
Yeah, I agree.
If it takes an additional 100 milliseconds for
the goddamn wall, and the wall's got to be plugged into the cable outside.
Yeah. As much as you can have a direct cable to cable kind of just entirely along the way.
Yeah, even that's not. And we got horrible NBN in Australia too, mate. Like, it's meant to be, you know, decent enough, but when you compare it to a world standard, it's horrible.
I mean, yeah, Australia's connection to the rest of the world is generally just rough.
Mate,
there's not that much. It's like trying to get servers in Australia costs so much more.
What about Japan?
Japan's not too bad. It's still more expensive.
Japan?
So we have
Japan would work for us.
So the thing there is having like the lobby host service part of the server won't impact your direct user-to-user connection. That, even if we have that go through the server, at best what you're going to have is the data travels from you to Japan to them somewhere else in the world. You're still going to have that massive latency for receiving their positions. So there's still issues there. We do have relay servers kind of placed around the world.
Mentioned us specifically. What about the rest of them that already? Because you've got an awesome player base in Europe, and you've actually got a really good North American contingent, in my opinion. So, as example, if they are they being looked at, will they happen? Will that be a better option for them? Or is it still going to be the same thing as what you just explained about us?
Well, essentially, no matter where you connect, the main problem comes down to the fact that you're playing with players across the world.
Yep.
And no matter where the servers are, you're still going to have a packet go from them to whatever server at best case, and then over to you. However,
Or-
because the vehicle positions are done directly player to player, you can have a more direct connection of not having to go through a server, which might take a longer detour.
Because you mentioned before that if the player base was there, that you would love to look at something like ranked being region based.
Region based.
Yes.
Yeah. And that would give you a
That would be
much higher.
phenomenal.
Yeah. And then we wouldn't need to have servers in Australia for you to have those local
Because we
kind of
we would all
connections.
be connected to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the important low latency
Which
part
what
is
I've been
done
swearing
peer to
already
peer.
that works in the customs. Like that, this is what I've been
Yeah.
preaching to try to get Boris to do, to try to get Mets to do, trying to tell all the league guys, like, all right, yes, we want to race people all over the world, but if you, with where it sits right now, like if you focus on just racing people in the region around you, I swear to you, it works.
You'll have a much better experience.
Yeah. Yeah, and it sucks for us as Southern Hemisphere people. It really does suck for us. But even if you were telling me that, like, it would suck during the day, but if I could enter a ranked and it's only 5 or 6 to 10 people, but they're all going to have 100% solid connection and be responsible for their actions, I would choose that hands down every day over the current iteration of it.
Yeah. And part of the thing at the moment is we do have data on like where people are, but for any given race, we don't currently look up where everyone is. We don't establish that as a baseline. Mainly because for the majority of ranked races that are run, there is not enough people for you to really have a race.
Yeah.
If we start splitting by region.
Yeah, local to you. Yeah. I agree.
And so with more people, that will improve kind of by us just being able to do region-based splitting. Potentially, we start looking at when we start to get larger lobbies. Currently, we do it based on your division. So, we try to keep the high division players in one lobby and the lower division players in another lobby.
But that is heavily dependent on having 50 to 60 players all matching at the same time, and 10 to 12 of them being top players and the rest of them being, Division 3 to 5. Elsewise, they all still end up together.
Which is the fundamental thing there of...
the player base.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen that enough on Discord, and I've tried explaining it to people, and I feel it's a very simple thing for them to understand, and they seem to be not.
People are frustrated,
I get
which
that. I get that.
Is fully understandable, and I cannot hold that against them in any way. It's
all right.
I mean, we messed up the launch, which had quite a large impact on how much player base we kept from that.
Yep.
And so we're working on trying to, regain the trust, show that we do want to make this the best possible game that it can be. We want to regain that as much as, one can trust a company, because at the end of the day, you shouldn't trust a company. The company's job is to make money. That being said, the developers, we do care a lot about the game. We want this to be the best that it can be. We want it to be a good experience because we also want to be able to play that experience.
Take note,
it's the game that we want to play.
The developers, and this is for any gaming company, the developers are not responsible for when a game rolls out. Remember that too.
Yes.
They're not solely responsible for it, and it's a whole bunch of them, and then it's generally a board above them, a handful of guys, a dude sitting around a table that makes that call whether developers are ready or not. So hearing this from him is like, no matter what, with it, if it had come out good, the developers cruise and be able to do the work they've done on the game. If it come out bad, the developers are the guys who have to pay for it in terms of, and they're not the call. You know this.
At the same time, like I
100.
can't,
No, you're taking
deflect full
responsibility.
blame.
No. I'm saying that too.
It's-
I'm just trying to at least put up the buffer between, like you've said yourself, low level at least, right? You can't. Kev's come out and spoken as someone high level, right? There are
Yeah.
people in between, and there are so many departments. So, I'm just saying, Sora can't take sole responsibility for this, for anything, well, for everything about the launch. And we've already heard too from the bosses in charge that the call was essentially on them. And that's different from, I think, the people that are actually now having to fix things constantly.
Yeah, with that being said, I want to make sure is like, I do not deflect blame. There are parts of the launch which, lied directly responsible on me. There were certain things with the servers which I had not tested properly before we moved to the live production environment. And so, had that been done, it might have been a smoother experience. It still wouldn't have been a good experience, even if I'd done everything correctly. But
So
the thing is a whole team working on it.
And not enough, lobby testing or live testing of it? So, like, is it just you don't have enough people doing it? Is there not enough? Like, is it the affiliate program, driver program type thing? Is it why is it the team? There's not enough people, not enough testers, not enough early access. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, something there.
There is a whole range of issues kind of that all stack together for the problems that we saw at launch. So
I just mean more specifically on your department then, mate. Like on the online side, okay? Don't worry about the physics and don't worry about the way the car's handled, anything like that. On your end, on the online aspect
for the online,
go.
We moved from running based on a single server to running on multiple servers. I just made the assumption that this would just work because of some earlier testing that we had done.
Yeah.
It had been quite a while since we'd done the testing. I just made a stupid assumption, and that bit us.
Yeah.
And that's kind of... We got that sorted, after release. I think within a day or two, that issue was resolved.
100%. I think 3 days later, something like that.
That was when the patch came out.
Yeah.
We were doing stuff on the back end, kind of day one, day two.
Yeah, there was a few in the first week, mate. There was a few in the first week.
Yeah. There was a lot of just get everything fixed as quick as possible.
Panic, as Kev put it. I loved clipping it up in that interview. When he just sat there and thought for a minute, and he goes, "Panic, just sheer panic." The honesty, mate. I loved it. Even this right now, sorry. I feel you're roasting yourself, and I pour my heart out to you, mate. You're giving us so much right now. I commend you for it. I don't want you directly throwing yourself under the bus either, because I already know what you've done and what you're doing with us, and even the time you're giving us now. So, but I appreciate the brutal reality that you are throwing yourself at, mate, and the way you're attacking it head on. This is why I think too, on our end, we need to back you up. And not only, shout out about the improvements, worked actively with you, but if there was anything that we could do where we're reaching back out to Straight 4 and going, this bloke single-handedly is, even though he's a dev, he's on the network side of things, he's single-handedly doing more on a PR social media front than, and Kev's interviews were great, but Traxion and Overtake GG and some of their pieces on the game haven't been, even though they got that access to the game and to Kev and everything like that. And Sora has been quietly working in the background with a lot of streamers and content creators, and just as, and then even from my experiences as a console user, like specifically very back and forth with issues. And then I've seen it with the other streamers. So I genuinely think, like, at least on our end, if there was anything that we could do that gets it back to straight four of how fucking good a job Sora has done on a lower end. It's not Kev and 100,000 subs, but when you're working with multiple channels that, you know, make up 10, 15, 30,000 subs, and that is actively and forwardly changing, or at least opening the discussion about how it's improved or why it's gotten better. Like, honestly, Sora, like, you've turned my enthusiasm, and at least like you've even helped like cool the flames of my patience a little bit, you know, like, of where I have now seen you directly respond to, you know, just something so simple and move forward with it. So, like, even for me, like, as a frustrated fan, as someone who's streamed the game every day since it came out, you know, 750 hours gameplay, but just felt that as much, it didn't matter how much I loved the game, if the issues still remained update after update after update, and anytime you felt like you tried to, like, because anytime I raised anything, it was just stability. And I don't want to go into the specifics of how I raised it or where I raised it or whatever. I'm not talking about that, but just as from the frustrated fan point of view, that has still loved every bit of the racing with this game. You know, like, I can't express enough how much you've helped. Like, people call me, and I don't want it, but they call me, you know, like the poster child or whatever. Like, I'm the dude, I'm the PMR guy, like me and EJ. And you've just genuinely helped me. Like, I believed in the game, but being able to have a conversation with the people responsible for it and hear some honesty about it, and hear you guys say that this isn't good enough, like, I just genuinely, like, it's helped. It's given me a lot of belief in the system, you know, that you give people enough time and the things turn around, things get better, things work. So yeah, I genuinely want to thank you, like, you know, from the bottom of my rage, over emotional, fucking
Your passionate heart,
passionate filled heart. Genuinely thank you for what you've been giving to us as a whole. I don't mean just us here. I mean EJ's. I mean Boris's and Metz's, and anybody that you popped up in the stream and had a chat with in the moment. You know, you have you've made a believer out of a lot of people. I know that even just the haters have been able to probe you. And I know that people that have been truly fed up and frustrated with the game and had their own individual experiences have been able to directly get feedback and or hotfix help straight from you, and guys like EJ especially, like, in terms of what you're doing. I genuinely think you should be commended for it. I don't think they're paying you enough. Your sleep, I know how my sleep is. Your sleep would be woeful. You know, even what's the time over there right now? 3 a.m., 4 a.m., something like that?
No, I think we're at like 7, 8 a.m.
In the morning, yeah. So you've done an all-nighter after a D&D session.
Oh yeah, you know, after I get my weekly D&D in.
It is the long weekend. Is it like an Easter holiday for you over there at the moment, or not really a thing in Sweden? It's not a thing, is it?
So in Sweden in general, yes. For me personally, no, just because I decided not to take this time off, because
No,
I would rather wait a bit, take time off later in the year once
shit
stability
settles
is
down,
a
yeah.
bit better, and things are in
Well-
a state that I'm more happy to just kind of leave it
For your
for a
sake,
bit.
I hope you get a mad summer break. We'll say that because that gives you what, 3 months, 2-3 months. Yeah, I hope you get a mad summer break soon, mate. It's I will say truthfully, it's worrying to know that there's so little of you guys working on the game. Like at least in terms of your individual department. Like it's talk about crunch.
I mean-
That's all I can think is talk about crunch. Like some individual having to. And I've seen it even with Kev in the interview of the wear many hats, and he said himself he takes that on. And then I think even with why I'm commending you and what I'm saying you're doing here, which is giving your time playing the game with the people playing the game and trying to understand, explain, and fix their frustrations is why I think you're genuinely like, this is like overdrive for a developer. You know what I mean? Like, not only like are you know the problems, you're trying to fix the problems. You know that there's so many of us who love this game and want this game to be awesome, and you're actively working with everyone. I just genuinely think like it's an insane effort, and I understand too where you're saying you feel you have to in terms of where the game is and how everything went, and I commend it, mate.
So with that said, like our department is small for the online team, but the other departments do step in and help where they can, and it's kind of getting things working. They try to implement as much as they can for online features themselves. We give them the tools so that they can build out more things for themselves. And so I definitely don't want anyone to think that the other departments just kind of sit around while
I'm not saying
there's a
that
bunch of online
I'm
work
not
to
saying
do.
that at all either, but I'm just saying
No,
that
no,
having
just-
small numbers in your department puts every single one of you on notice, and
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. But I don't know how big gaming developers. I mean, even a game as astronomical as Cyberpunk, they've got like the rumored numbers for the sequel are 300 to 400 people. And you'd think it'd be a lot more than that, truthfully, when you look at what those games do. So I don't know. How
There does get a
developers
point
work,
where scaling up developers doesn't always help more because like you all start working in the same systems and it ends up with the whole too many cooks situation.
Micromanaging. Too many, too many people doing. So rather than having someone over control of a whole, you've got people doing tiny little things, and when you bring them all together, it doesn't quite mesh.
Yeah, and I think it can work for. So if we take Ubisoft as an example, back before they
Old Ubisoft, yeah, all right, sweet.
before they are
The
where what
bloat
they
goat.
are now.
Bloat goat.
Then they had hundreds of developers across multiple continents all working together on
Montreal.
the same.
They were big ones doing the AC series.
Yeah. A lot of the thing there essentially came down to you were a cog in the wheel if you were a developer on one of those Ubisoft projects.
Yeah.
You weren't making any design decisions. You weren't making any like real choices because somebody above you had already made that decision. You were just implement the thing in this specific way because that's just how you're going to do it. And it can work. It can allow you to create way larger games than you would be able to normally with 50, 100 people. If you look at Black Flag, huge game,
Best one ever.
well-loved game.
Best one ever.
Yeah.
The last truly great one.
Yeah. But like the list of developers on that was insane. And all that came down to was, you had some people who were very set on, like, their job was design the game, design the features. There was never any implementation from somebody lower down in the chain. It was like, no, this is...
As you've brought up too, you said old Ubisoft, you're bringing up these large games and productions and companies all over, studios all over the world. isn't it kind of common knowledge too now that Ubisoft have dropped off, that they have laid off thousands of people, shut down studios, and haven't really released, like they have. I mean, I recently played Star Wars Outlaws, and I must say I really enjoyed it, and that game had a catastrophic launch, and they had to work on that over some time. But what I'm getting to is that the larger number thing, yeah, doesn't necessarily work, because that studio has had a mad downward spiral, basically, where they keep releasing games.
I can't really speak to modern day. Like, I haven't worked there in
Did you
like
work
a
for
decade
Ubisoft?
now. I used to, yes. So I used to work on part of the Uplay team.
What did you work on?
And so I worked on Uplay, as it was called. Well, when I joined, they just moved over to calling it Ubisoft Connect.
Like their online, I do remember that, because every time you logged in, it'd come up, you had like the rewards that you claimed and that, yeah?
Yep.
I do remember that.
So I dealt with the server side of that, which, so, logging in, authentication, friends list, those kind of things. Yeah, the company has definitely changed a lot since then. Still have friends that work there, and the company has changed a lot. I don't think there's as much trust in leadership as they used to have, which was the only real reason I think that they could work at the scale that they did.
I know Assassin's Creed, I know a lot of Assassin's Creed fans that were 50-50 on the recent one. Like, some both hated it, and then I know others that were like, it's the best one they've ever done, it's beautiful, this and that. And then for me personally, as I said, Star Wars Outlaws, I didn't have it at launch. It had a horrendous one. I remember hearing all about it. I picked it up, Game of the Year edition, a year later or whatever. I loved it. I haven't finished it yet, but I put 50-60 hours into that and felt like it didn't feel like a kind of Assassin's Creed type checklist type thing. It was like everything that was in the game felt like it had a purpose that I had to explore and find and upgrade and everything. I personally really enjoyed it, and had a lot of people that would like drop in and Ubisoft. I'd be like, look, it's a good game, man. Like, I like it. Like, so yeah, that's my only personal recent experience with Ubisoft. I was a big fan back in the day. I didn't like when Assassin's Creed led towards the RPG vibe.
Yeah, I have to admit, I was quite disappointed when they moved over to the whole RPG system.
It felt like a hack and slash to me after that, like a numbers-based hack and slash. The freedom had kind of been taken away too. I just like jumping off of stuff and stabbing people in the neck. Walking around just going with the hidden blade, like ridiculously OP. So that's just me personally. Peak for me was Black Flag, and I have a mate too who loved Skull and Bones or whatever it was too. So each to their own. But yeah, I'm not hating on Ubisoft outright, mate. That's for sure. I definitely, even the first Watch Dogs, I really enjoyed that, and then I felt that they were more of the same. And then once I played Cyberpunk, I was like, this is what Watch Dogs should have been, like, straight away. Like, the hacking in Cyberpunk was like what Watch Dogs wishes it could be. What's going on, Shane? We are having a chat with one of the developers at the moment, mate. I think I might stop drilling him about questions on the game. My brain's pretty racked on what I could possibly ask. Lousy asked about the crash physics. I don't know quite what he means, and I hope he doesn't mean what he means, but he said, is the crash physics partly done by AI? I think he might mean more like an algorithm type thing. Yeah, I don't know what he means by that. Because I know there's been some negative AI chatter recently. I think Basic Ollie said something about it. I haven't paid attention to it at all, but I heard that he had quite a rant saying that the game was made by AI.
Well, that's news to me.
Apparently.
It's like, I am sure some people in the company use AI for some things. I know that, like, we have some like internal web interfaces for like interacting with databases and stuff, where like there's some AI stuff that's being used for generating those. As far as I am aware, there's not anything in the game that has anything like that. We have the physics team that work on the car physics. They do a bunch of stuff with the collision. I don't believe any of it's done by AI.
Yeah, I don't know what he meant by it either. I don't know how that. I don't know. I think he means more like maybe the actual damage, like in terms of the way the damage is molded or implemented on the cars. I don't know personally. But yeah, I couldn't see how it is anyways. I actually like the crash physics, like when they're even just I hated them at first. I was very critical of them at first. The AI, you could not. I put up a video losing my lid, even just in the art of trying to get out some rage and get into the fastest car I could and crash into a pack at turn 1, and it did absolutely nothing to the AI, and I was like, you can't even. I lost my shit to hitting them at 260 kilometers an hour, and they didn't even deviate off their line. I was not impressed, and then everything changed. I think it was 1.5 around there. But he's made a deal out of it, like the AI physics and the crash physics and how the penalties worked in that. And I remember that first time that. I loaded up these poor sods on like 75% AI and just got in my LMD and absolutely destroyed the thing. I was very content after that. I mean, I've ripped wheels off of my cars. I've seen Lounsey do it. Lounsey's like your console controller crash physics tester. He will find a way to flip, launch, yeet his car. Like what you were saying, you like doing too, like with even EJ said he likes having a laugh with the physics. Sometimes, find something to jump off and see what happens.
Yeah, you gotta poke it and prod it and see just how the system will handle different situations.
I 100% agree. 100% agree. What's happened to the True Force on the G Pro since the last update? It's not working at all. Old mate just said.
What happened to True Force on G Pro? That is an excellent question. I know there have been some discussions internally about, I believe, issues with True Force.
Yeah, I've had a lot of people asking me, but I have the wheel down from it. I have just the normal Logitech DD, not the G Pro. He's asking about the G Pro, so I haven't had a problem with my feedback. My feedback personally has been incredible. I've actually reduced nearly every car to the 1.0 default. It's only been the individual EQs that I've had to adjust. So. But yeah, do you know anything about feedback? Or is that your bit?
I'm afraid not. It's
yeah, because you're online.
Yeah. Network issues. I can tell you most of the things around that. Well, as much as we can reveal publicly.
Yeah. All right? Last thing I'll ask about. Why such a heavy hand with the embargoes? Like with everything, you've got a driver's program and they get information, but they're not allowed to talk a bit. Like they're not even allowed to hype people up. And like, I don't know. I just think like, why so heavy handed with everything's got an embargo. Everything, every update, every bit of information, every data, every fix. Is it because like, yeah, I don't know. Why is everything so locked down in terms of what could possibly come or what is coming? Or
as far as
probably got a gun held to his head right now, guys.
It's the general under promise, over deliver.
Yeah, okay. I figured it
'cause
had
if-
something to do with you just didn't want to say everything and then not. Yeah.
Generally, there's a thing of if we say that something's going to be there and it doesn't live up to players' expectations, it's negative press. If it then lives up to people's expectation, it's neutral. So essentially, by telling people about it, it's either neutral or a negative. If we don't tell people about it, it's either neutral because it wasn't there or kind of wasn't done as well as potentially could have been, or it's a positive. So by
And-
not telling,
So it's like a company wide thing then, yeah. It's just outright like it's like the
I
company.
think it's more
line,
just a
basically.
general industry, like
Yeah.
game development thing.
I
of-
know. Look, I know in the greater industry, like you look at anything Rockstar do or anything bloody Warner Brothers Gaming do, like there's shit's locked down. You know what I mean? Like nothing. You get sued if you get details out. So I know all
Yeah.
about that. But I just, in terms of just this game having a lower audience, a rough launch, you know, a lot of shine needs to be applied. I just worry about the secrecy behind everything, but I understand the exactly as you just said, over deliver, under promise type thing.
Yeah.
that,
There's
that makes it make sense. And yes, Liam, that is absolutely an R34, mate. These things were added to the game recently, and I'll have you know that this game is the only game that has these cars. There's no sim racing game out there that has these and the other ones. There's versions of them, but these exact, proper, legitimate, super GT versions of these cars, only in this game. Like, but the one that I've got in particular, the iconic, basically the iconic, I mean, it's a real race car, but Gran Turismo. That's where everybody knows this car. But yeah, they added them recently, Liam. They're sick, bro. If you're a JDM fan, they have added, 4 of the most iconic old. No, I say old. It feels weird saying old, bro. They're like 2003. Fair Lady, R34, the R34 GTR. God, I'd kill for an R33 too. I tell you that. The NSX, I think, what's the 03 NSX, I think? And the Supra. The Supra is wild, bro. At first, I was
hands
like,
down the best of
at
the
first,
cars.
you reckon? I think it's the it's got the most character. Like it's got the most personality to it. Yeah, 2003 was 10 years ago, Birdman. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, man. Exactly.
What do you mean? No, it wasn't. The 1990s were 10 years ago.
Yes, exactly. 2003 was like yesterday, bro. Fucking, who let the dogs out? Who? That was the first thing that come to my head for that era. I don't know. What's that? Oh, Bob Sinclair. Bob Sinclair. Oh, I can't. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, I can't think of it. Love Generation. Feel the love gen. Yeah. I was like 20, 21. Let's go, mate. That would have been right on that era. All
That's
right.
a classic, that.
It is a classic, actually. Like, I'm a metalhead, mate, and that's a feel-good song. Just an outright feel-good song. The other one that gets me too, always, Sister Sisters. I don't feel like dancing because it just makes you dance. It's so stupid. It's catchy. And I don't feel like your shoulders just straight away. Like that song just, it's a troll song. It's such a troll song. You're not meant to dance to it, but that's good song. Good song. All right, well, I've been recording this chat. You're welcome. You can definitely hang around, but I'm going to stop probing you now. I think you've done an exceptional job. I've struggled to understand a lot of it, but I've tried. And we've gotten in quite a few questions, to be honest, from a lot of the people that are heavily involved. So we're gonna re-upload this later on so people can watch it on playback. Because I genuinely think you've given us a lot of information. Like at least the best answers that you can give in your department. Granted, what you're responsible for, and then honest about anything else. And that's what exactly what I was saying in terms of where I'm not going to offer something if I'm not the expert. And I know that in your department, when you're just covering kind of connections and stability and stuff like that, then there would be a lot about this game that is just way out of your hair.
Absolutely. There's so much complexity to the game that I could not give any sort of adequate answers for.
Look at it when they started explaining the track scanning and the rain and the way the rain works with all the puddles and all that stuff, mate. And then now we're literally seeing it, in real time on display. And what we did at Nordschleife last night too. All I could do was just constantly point to the side. I'm like, look at it. Look, explain this. Like, I'm like, I could go do a donut in the track, and then that's gonna fill up with water, and I could have a pool. I'm like, but you explain how this works, man. Like, this track is incredible, Sparrow. Is Sora, are you a fan of any racing?
I love watching rally racing. I don't follow it.
Swedes.
But just watching rally racing, it's...
You just like being a bit wild. You're just such chill people, like Finnish and Swedes and Iceland and all that. But they like driving through the forest at 290 kilometers an hour. Go figure. Like, I don't get it.
It's just something so thrilling about it,
All right. That's a nice little quick question, Jimbo. What's the best thing about Sweden?
The best thing about Sweden.
I'm just imagining talking to PewDiePie.
Connectivity here
that is a PewDiePie
incredible.
answer too. That's a PewDiePie answer. That is so what Pewds would say. Just the way you went, the best thing about Sweden. It just made me think of Pewds so bad. Like, the videos. What videos, Jimbo? Oh, the rally. Yeah, the videos of rally shit is mental, bro. The onboards. All the onboards. What was... All right, hang on, Drew. What was your one? All right, you talked about trust at Ubisoft. How much trust do you have in Straightforward?
I have a lot of faith in our current leadership. Kev has been out. He's...
Big Kev.
At his core, he's a developer, more than he is,
and he made that come
a
across
corporate kind of... he wants to be there working on the code, just making things better. That is what he wants to be doing. That is what he cares about. He wants it to be a great product. He wants to make a cool game with other people that he enjoys working with. So I have a huge amount of respect for him, and a large part of our leadership. It's...
Where was your question,
Sniper? I have a lot of faith.
Yeah. Yeah, the Kev stuff was very refreshing, mate. I've been, we've dubbed him Big Kev. We've got a Big Kev in Australia. Gets excited. That was his whole thing. That was the company was Big Kev, and the tagline was I'm excited. Big Kev, mate, and he's Irish too. You got to have the affection for the Irish lads. But yeah, just give me your question again, Sniper. I couldn't see it, mate. What else could I think? What other? Worked on any other games?
Worked on a fair few. Probably a good few that most people have never heard of.
Youth, like your...
So, I have worked on a game called Hot Shot Racing, which is kind of a more 90s, 80s arcade racer kind of style game. Low poly.
What was that on?
That's on PC, PlayStation, Xbox, Switch.
I feel like I know the name.
It's it was another game that had a bit of a rough launch. Different reasons though. Primarily just didn't quite get the users that to be able to really succeed for online.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
it did reasonably well. People enjoyed it. Sackboy,
Sparrow's played
big adventure.
hot shot, mate. Sackboy is awesome. I love. So that was the story mode one, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was kind of a more traditional 3D platformer version of.
I'm a OG Little Big Planet fan. I have tremendous love for all three games, and I understood the change to like Sackboy is so marketable.
It really is.
Yeah, and the missus loved it. The missus loved it. So yeah, I'm big ups to that game, mate. I'm a big fan of that. But I was like, Little Big Planet, the things that it was doing on the PS3 when that came out, like it very much caught my imagination. This was before Minecraft, so.
Yeah, I think it's like I know it did incredibly well, but I still think it's quite an underrated game.
Same.
Potentially because it was a Sony exclusive.
Yep.
It's,
like I literally all I was thinking of was Astro Boy too, Astrobot. Like that, it's got that shares the DNA with it so bad. A very simple, basic platformer that just looks really nice, plays really well, does simple things, and uses a PlayStation mascot.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. I know a lot of people who are very fond of it too. No, that's cool. That's cool. All right, guys. Do you have anything else for him?
We didn't set a time. We're at the back for the race. Gonna be
Trying to think. So, all right. So, D&D then. What's your? Were you a Stranger Things fan? Did you like that, or what they did with it?
I've never watched it.
Okay, you should watch it because D&D. Straight up, you should watch it. Baldur's Gate. You a fan?
Love all three games.
I haven't played the third. I'm dying. I need to.
So I was a big fan of Larian before BG3. Like their Divinity Original Sin games, which is kind of the basis of where the engine for BG3 came.
Yep.
So like, a lot of the systems are the same. Kind of, you have the same kind of physics interactions and
very intelligent,
incredibly well designed game.
Yeah. Yeah, it thinks outside the box.
Yeah, and they do so much with kind of. It's quite a small thing, kind of in and of itself, but there's lots of these little things where, like, if you throw an oil vial at somebody, it breaks, they get covered in oil, but also the oil spills out onto the ground. So if you then hit that with a fire attack, that all catches fire. But then potentially, if there's other wooden stuff around them, that's going to catch fire. If you throw water at it, it'll put the fire out and you'll get steam.
There's an encounter in it with a chick, like she's a little goblin or something. She wants to blow herself up or blow up something, and you have to talk her down. And like if you can fail it like outright, and it's like a funny scene or whatever. But apparently you can get a thief, and like the thief steals from her like during the scene, like basically while you're talking to her, you position this thief, and the thief steals the bomb from her, and she kind of gives her whole monologue, like James Bond style, about how that's it, I'm gonna, and then she's like, where's the bomb? Like it's just this unique, like everybody thinks, you've got to do it this one way, and then there's this complete hilarious kind of troll job way to do the mission. It's
there's
like a common
so
encounter.
many little things like that.
Yeah. My best mate is huge on those type of games, and he kind of went and did all the worst possible things that you could do, and he just couldn't believe the level that you could take it to. They're almost like Lovecraft at the end of it. Cthulhu type shit.
Yep.
So yeah, no, I'm very keen to play it. It looks stunning. But even the missus, I was talking to her about it yesterday. Even she was like, there's a lot of content in that I don't think you'd be able to stream. I was like, It's like, I don't
They
know.
have a streamer mode,
Yeah, okay.
so that, you can stream the full game without have to worry about
Yeah,
any of.
Cyberpunk, man. Cyberpunk caught me out so many times.
That's,
Cyberpunk caught me out. Do you think the game would have done better if you had a different physics engine? That's a rough question, bro.
honestly, I don't think so.
Yeah, that's the answer you have to give to.
Like there were so many issues that kind of stacked on top of each other. Fixing just one of them wouldn't have kind of saved us.
Wasn't there a change just like prior to it, not long before it? Wasn't that something that Kev spoke about, like that a different engine was implemented into the build?
Well, so we had some changes to the AI that went in shortly before that didn't quite get tested properly, and that caused a bunch of issues there. The physics engine's been ever evolving.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that.
So
I can feel that. Literally feel that.
Yeah,
Almost like
and
you
so
can just feel every single bit that's been added, refined, improved, off track, wet, tire contact, type of tire, car contact. Like there are so many different factors, even just in terms of the force feedback and how much of it you feel. Because in terms of where the game was at the start and where it is now, there are so many factors that I just constantly keep, like, in terms of the feeling I get from the wheel is because of all those improvements that have been made to that engine, 100%.
yeah, and with something as complex as a physics engine, a small change in one place can, get amplified and show vastly different results in other areas that you're just not expecting potentially. Similar things with AI. So in AI, you often call it emergent behaviors, where you set a bunch of rules for something to interact based on different things going on. And with all those combining together, you get some behavior that you just were not expecting. It kind of...
All right. How close is the AI to taking over? As a programmer, as someone who's... We're not talking about your game. We're not talking about AI in the game.
Yeah.
How close is AI to taking over, mate? Come on. As a
So
Sweden,
the general
as a Sweden man with great
intelligence
internet.
kind of...
Surely you know some things.
Honestly, I don't think it is going anywhere close to taking over for a very long time. As much as we see kind of these improvements from a lot of them have stopped making the kind of improvements they were before. They're limited on like how much data, because at this point they've essentially collected the entirety of the internet as data. So they now have to beware of kind of feeding their own data into themselves.
Too, like dodgy information.
Yeah.
Because of everything that exists on the internet, not everything is true.
Yeah. And at its core, it still has the problem of it doesn't actually create anything new. It can only go based of what... Because essentially it's a pattern matching machine. You give it some input, which is a pattern, and it can tell that the output should be this other pattern, because based on the mass amounts of data that it has received, that is the most statistically correct output for that input. There's no intelligence there. That being said, it's an incredibly useful tool for many things. Like there's a lot of medical uses that we have, which, screening for cancer and other things, which it does an incredible job at. But
so you're not worried about Skynet.
Taking over anytime soon.
You're not worried about Skynet.
No,
you don't have
not even a little bit.
You don't have nightmares with Sarah Connor and the T-1000 and.
No. Maybe in 50 years.
50? Jesus, you are very optimistic, Sora. You trust the
See,
internet.
No, I trust people's incompetence.
Oh, that's great.
because I think a great example of why this is less of an issue than people make it out to be is if you look at the open source community and the amount of AI bug reports and things that are generated is these things don't understand anything. You know, they're looking for a pattern, they find a pattern, and then
They just loop it.
it's
They copy it.
yeah.
That's why I was saying
Because-
disinformation could be really, really bad too. Like in terms of all the information that they absorb. Like there could be a fucking AI out there that thinks it's Donald Trump. Like, yeah.
And if it's fed the pattern
I know
of
what you mean. Like
Donald
it's,
Trump's
see what they did with
delivery.
God, what's the Twitter one? The X one? They really messed that thing up.
It was so there was Grok, which
that's it. Yes, I was watching all the stuff about the
yeah.
AGI, the difference between an AI and an AGI, and all of that, and Grok, and yeah, what you're talking about now is like, yeah, 100. I get it. I get it. AI can still be manipulated. It could still really be manipulated, and is so solely dependent on being fed human information, and is incapable of really making decisions on its own at the moment.
It's the thing of there is no thought. Like
there's no.
We pretend to give it a thought process.
But it's all just an algorithm and a loop, and it's all a loop. Everything's a loop. Everything is a programmed, has to run through its processes and steps, and will always have safety measures to basically stop it going any further than that. Because why would
Well, the safety measures tend to also kind of fall flat, as we've seen with Grok, for example.
I know, they've been, But I mean, like I said, there's meant to be mad deep state AI, though. The kind of battle between, what is it, China with ChatGPT and America with, what is it?
Claude, OpenAI.
Think Tank?
All the...
Think Tank, I think it is. OpenAI. Yeah. And essentially, like, even they, as they stand, they have to like basically multiply their current abilities by fucking 100, something like that. Like, get ridiculously out of hand, and the government will step in before that happens. Is what everyone thinks, that even the tech industry is scaling back, but it's like, do the government put on restrictions, or are the government the ones that are actually pushing it to its limits so they can use it for whatever reasons they plan to use it for?
There's going to be a mixture of both, you know, because it's like we see with the US restricting the export of NVIDIA's AI chips to China in an attempt to kind of... it's, at the same time, they've got deals with...
why China wants Taiwan so bad.
And I think most countries would love to own Taiwan. It's the major manufacturer for RAM, CPUs,
China's
basically processing of silicon.
Bullshit border stuff that was drawn up over 100 years ago, but the real reasoning behind it now is global technology powerhouse. And now we're authorizing deep sea mining to try and dredge up the same type of materials, basically, that make those microprocessors. Getting to all sorts of crazy now. What's going on, Marley? How are you, legend? We're talking to one of the developers of Straightforward Studios, mate. Now we're talking conspiracy theories, because Drew bloody is ready for the Sunday shit show and threw on his tinfoil hat. I think that's going to be it for my actual recording, though, so I'm going to finish that up there and play with that later on, and I hope the guys have enjoyed it. You're a legend, sorry. Appreciate all of that information, mate. I would hate to have your job. I'd hate to have any of your jobs. I mean, I'd love it, but I've known this for the longest time too. Like, being a game developer and a gamer, like two different. Even the streaming side of it, it sucks the fun out of it. I couldn't imagine being a developer, mate. It wouldn't. Like, it always makes me sad seeing so many of them talk about games that they've admired or anything like that they haven't even had a chance to play. You know, like they've just watched people play them, or their friends have played them, or anything like that. Like, it kills me, bro. Like, these people are in the industry because gaming's what took them there, and they barely even get a chance to enjoy the things that they make. Like, that's what killed me hearing Kev talk about the previous games and the delistings. You know, like hearing him say
Yep.
that you can't even get something he's made, and he's got a 20+ year career. You know, like that was devastating to hear.
It's unfortunately becoming more and more common. I mean, like,
1000%. It's fucked up, bro. We can't even, like, even games that you have a physical copy of can get delisted that you put it in and you can't play it because there's no server or what. Like, fuck off, man.
yeah, the crew's the kind of
Yep.
big one, I think, that's gathered attention.
Got shut
which
down. Yep, got shut down. There's a few.
It's,
a few racing games, and I have them on disc. There is a few.
it's it is heart-wrenching to see, because like the amount of developers that put thousands of hours into making
Could you?
these products.
This is off stream now. Sorry, this is off recording now. You're on stream. We're not recording now. This won't be re-uploaded later.
Mhm.
It was the layoffs. Were they because I know how, like, you know, some people come in and they come on board just to do a certain part of the game and then that's it, they're contracted for that. Was that like a contractual thing where they were just coming in for a certain amount of time, or were they actually straight for? Because the way he spoke about that was like they were straight for. And
They were straightforward.
yeah,
It was
which is
quite
fucked.
devastating.
The amount of fucking people in December that were laughing about this fucking shit. And I was livid. It's the whole gaming industry as a whole. You know, like,
Yeah, I mean, the layoffs have been happening everywhere.
I know.
And it's hadn't known a lot of the people anywhere near as long as Kev had known many of them. But they've been working together for, you know, like 20 years. I was like, having to say goodbye to those people.
Was
It's
that department related?
crushing.
Was that just in terms of, so it didn't do well enough, payroll couldn't keep up? That's it.
I am not sure what I can share there, so I will
Fair.
not say
No,
anything.
That's fine, bro. That's fine. I appreciate you saying anything at all, because even watching the interview, when I did my bit on the interview, I said that. I said it felt so genuine and sincere, and it looked like he was going to cry. Like, and I don't mean that in a bad way at all. Like, I know what it's like to be pouring your heart out and then have to look away from the camera because you can't even you can't even bear to see yourself at that moment. And I've really got that vibe seeing him talk about that and the potential of, you know, if they don't get it right, if they don't fix it, that's where he was like, nah, this ain't happening. You know what I mean? Like, that's where it felt like that every one of yous are going to do it right. You know what I mean? Like, it's almost like those people deserve it now. You know, they all deserve it. But yeah, genuinely, it's sad, bro. And it pissed me off so bad to hear all the fucking people talk shit about, like, to be happy. It made me so angry. All these PC fans, I was full getting angry. Like, user go, like, they were like, this needed to happen. You know, they need to fail. We need to set an example. I was like, this is fucked. You people are monsters. Like, absolute Christmas. Yeah, it pissed me off.
I think there's a lot of disconnect that people have when, because they just see the company. Like, they don't see people, which, you know, you could argue as to where that problem stems from, but effectively, most of them aren't thinking about the actual individual on the other end. They feel betrayed by Straight 4, and so, you know, Kev is often the face of that. Ian, and so they kind of lash out, and
yeah, look, the Ian stuff, man. I had people coming to me left and right. I didn't know about all the controversies. I knew some. I knew the prior history of the games that had been discontinued or whatever. I played them all, and I enjoyed them. I loved PC2 so much, bro. And even the Need for Speeds that he worked on, I liked. Like, I liked when Need for Speed went a bit more racing than than street shit.
Yeah.
I really like that direction. I know Sparrow's another one too. Like, he's on board with me for that shit. The stuff with Jimmy, that was and I'm a Jimmy fan, right? But the stuff with Jimmy and the way that went down, and like what at the early beta, like, and then even this didn't help you guys. The fact that what was played and then what came out was different. You know what I mean? Like, what was played and even like the conversation or the criticism between Jimmy and Ian, and then that version of the game. Because I remember speaking to people who played that version of the game, and there were some people that were like, "Yeah, fuck, this is awesome," and there were some that were outright PC players that were not impressed at all. And I was a little worried, and that was just them. You know, I had a lot of friends who went to that convention. But I feel like that stuff there, because it was Jimmy, that was just latched onto. Like, it was latched onto by the whole greater internet community. Like, to just say that this bloke, Ian, is a wanker, that he doesn't know what he's talking about because he told someone who spent 10, 15, 20 years being a sim racer and is now a real car driver that that's not how a car feels. And then the internet just took it and ran with it. That was the most devastating blow the game could have, in my opinion. Like, besides the launch, besides the negative publicity, how people latched onto that because of Jimmers, old Jimmers, and bless him, he stayed true to his word. He hasn't touched it, disappointingly. You know, if you could ever convince him to come back, that'd be the biggest fish ever. But whatever happened there, I think was the big fucking, where the internet just latched onto it and went with it and said, this is, you know, because Jimmy says so.
I think that happens a lot with a lot of things.
And that's what I mean. Even Austin, who worked for you guys, and I don't know why he's pretty critical now. He's putting out videos saying that influencers have no effect on the game, but then you have that. So, you know what I mean? Like, that's why even with the piece I put out there, like I was trying to say, influencers they can have a impact on it in a bad way, but then the stuff that gets ignored or brushed over is the smaller dude, the actual community that's trying to go, hey, look. Like, that was my streamer issue, what I approached about it, saying that everyone just expects the big numbers, and whatever the big numbers say, then that's fact, you know, and the little guys don't matter. Like, that was my issue with this, you know, the streamer and influencer thing. I definitely think they have the ability to make or break a game. I don't think it's right, but they absolutely have that ability.
Well, there's an interesting kind of pipeline that used to happen. I'm not entirely sure how it's changed over the years, but kind of looking back to the slightly earlier days of YouTube, where PewDiePie was, you know, number one, and you would essentially see a pipeline of PewDiePie would play a game, and then after that you would get Jacksepticeye, Markiplier, Captain Sparkles, kind of these people they would kind of grab the game and then play it, and it would kind of trickle down, and any game that Pewds and then kind of the following layer said was good would always succeed.
Yep, agreed.
Irrelevant of the game, if they said it was good.
Five Nights at Freddy's, which I think is a fucking trash game. It's not trash. It's
never played it. I've watched the movies.
They were
mainly
bad.
because
they were bad. The missus loved them, but they were bad.
I'm pretty indifferent about them. I'm a big fan of Matthew Lillard.
Matthew, okay, cool. Yeah, the missus loves him. So you like Scream? You're a big Scream fan?
Haven't watched it.
What?
Generally,
How are you a
generally,
Lilith
I
fan
don't
then?
watch
What,
horror
Scooby Doo?
that was where I first saw him. Yes.
Shaggy.
But then
Shaggy?
he is the perfect Shaggy.
He is the
no
perfect
one
Shaggy,
is gonna be
bro.
able to beat that.
I'm not hating at all. The Scooby Doo movies are fucking awesome. But that's hilarious. He's fucking Stu, man, from Scream for me. Oh, Sydney. My missus loves him too, bro. She's gonna love hearing this. This is gonna make her so happy. She loves him so much.
I don't know if you've like seen. He's done like more interviews and stuff outside of that, but just how he is as a person is so wholesome.
That's why she loves him too, bro. She loves wholesome people. She loves good people. Like, even we're big on Tarantino, right? With Tarantino saying what he said about Paul Dano, she's like, she hates Tarantino now, like, because she loves Paul Dano. And from all accounts, Paul Dano's a fucking lovely person. And Tarantino went and called him bland, and the world was like, you piece of shit. Like, and now Paul Dano is basically like the second coming of Brendan Fraser. So yeah, my missus she literally shows me about 2 or 3 interview pieces with Matthew Lillard a day. I am shitting you not. She's gonna fucking be like, oh, I'd already told her about you and said you sounded wholesome. And then hearing you say that now, no, just in general, you're a Swede. Yeah, what was it when we were talking? There was another game we were talking about. I think it might have even been Pokemon or something. There was something we spoke about, and your answer was it Pokemon? Yeah, when we were doing the nerd shit the other day. Something to do with just the Pokemon and that conversation, and yeah, she's gonna love that. She loves Matthew Lillard. She loves him so much, bro. She was so happy that he was in the Five Nights at Freddy's, and she was so pissed off that they CGI'd him for the latest Scream movie.
That is, yeah.
I don't know
that
why
is a shame.
I don't know what they were doing, bro. The fact that he's alive, I don't know what the fuck they were doing, and I've seen the footage. It's uncanny valley weird shit, like Star Wars when they first did it back in the day. The original remasters of the original movies, when they did the CGI stuff with changing Vader and Yoda and all of that shit. It looked like that.
Yeah,
But yeah,
it is annoying.
Cool.
Like,
He's cool. That is wholesome.
He has a
Scooby stuff.
Man, the frickin' sandwich scene when they're back of the van in the second movie.
Velma. I had the biggest crush on Velma. I can't remember who played her. She was like an offbeat actress. I mean, obviously everyone loved Buffy, Sarah Michelle Gellar, but I had the biggest crush on the chick who played Velma.
She was such a nerd, and it was fantastic.
She just had the look, though, bro. Like, she did. I've met girls who look like that. Like, they have the bob, you know, the short, medium, frumpy type hair and the thick glasses, and they're curvy. You just look at them, you're like, you know, that's a fox. Like, and they just don't know it yet, you know. Like, and Velma is that character, bro. Like, she always has been. Jinkies. Yeah, no, definitely. I grew up with all my Hanna-Barbera for sure. I'll be back in 2 minutes, mate. I'm just going to duck it before this race starts.
Yep. Go for it.
We're having I mean, you were here, mate. The movie chats yesterday. The movie chats were epic. Alright, back in a sec.
So many good movies out there.
No worries, Sparrow. Thanks for racing. Oh. Oh, my God.
Have a look through chat here. If I could create any game of my own design, what kind of game would I want to create? Now, see, that's a difficult question, Jimbot, specifically because there's games I want to work on because I just want them to exist, and then there's games I want to work on because it would be fun to work on that type of game. And those are kind of two separate things. I am working on a personal project. which is a asynchronous, or what's the correct term here? Basically, it's a two-player game where each player has a different kind of playing experience. One player is playing a Splinter Cell kind of spy going through a level, kind of got all the gadgets, have to get past the guards, sneak into somewhere, do whatever. And then the second player is playing the man in the chair kind of thing, where they would then hack into things in the level. They'd have a little drone that they can fly about the level. Because I've always found that, like, I have a friend that I play a lot of games with, and quite often we enjoy different types of games, but we still want to play together. So being able to have a more kind of asynchronous gameplay loop where each player gets to just do something different functions better. And there's been these kind of games before, but I feel there's not enough of them really about.
Which games?
Jimbot asked if I was going to make my own game. And so I do have a game that I am working on when I have time, which is not very often, but occasionally I find the time to spend a bit of time on it. And it's essentially an something, I forget what the term is, but essentially each player plays something different. And one of the players plays a kind of Splinter Cell type. You're a spy, you've got gadgets, trying to get past guards, hack into different things. And the other player plays the man in the chair kind of thing, where they have a drone that can fly about. They help the other player by either distracting guards, hacking into different parts of systems, unlocking doors. Co-op, yeah.
A co-op only, or like single with AI?
The plan is to design it around co-op,
Yeah,
but I
mate.
probably will implement an AI for...
So a lot of people they get iffy about that. I mean, it's hard sometimes, bro, to have someone guaranteed, but like, what is it? The Tale of two tales, something like that. That was one of them.
A Tale of Two something, Tale of Two Brothers.
Yeah, and then there was the No Way Out, I think, the prison one.
Yep.
Which was meant to be really cool and cinematic, like unique and short and over, but like it meant to kind of do that unique take.
Yeah.
Motorsport manager, and you can hire your friends to drive. That'd be cool. That's what someone said. So motorsport manager, but you can hire your friends to drive.
That'd be kind of a fun mod to put in the game if we ever get
100%. We would support that. Where could we keep track of that development?
Currently, I don't have anything public about it. It's just purely kind of a pet project.
Did you see that video recently
if I ever get to the point,
the guy who got, what was it? He was working on that indie game for 4, 5, 6 years or something, and put it up, and it was, I don't know, it was like $7 game or something like that, and he checked his Steam sales, and he made, I think it was like $570,000 or something like that. Like, and he was just crying. It was so beautiful, man. His wife hugging him, and beautiful. The little guys that could, like the Hollow Knight guys, man. Look at them.
Man, props to those guys. Like fucking out crashing the Steam store.
Yeah, isn't it? 2 guys.
I think so. It's either 2 or 3.
The only one I've ever played like that is The Forest, and that was 2 people. Have you ever heard of The Forest? It's like a survival first person. It's messed up, bro. It's like the craziest survival game ever. You're on an island with cannibals. It's like Lost. But yeah, 2 people. And when you load into that game, you're just like, nah, man. No way 2 people made this. Like, come on, bro. Like,
and for a lot of it, there's so many tools available. Right? So for 3D games, generally, they're going to be using like either Unity or Unreal Engine, or just one of the larger engines. Godot is also becoming more popular for it. because like building your own game engine takes a lot, and for a lot of people, you're not actually going to get much benefit of making your own engine because like being a specialist in graphics and physics and
You'd have to
networking
do
and
everything.
yeah,
And you're trying to make a little indie game from the ground up.
yeah, it's
So Unreal.
like it's a lot.
What do
So
you think
my
of Unreal?
personal, I hate it. It's
This is where you argue.
I think it used to be better. Then kind of Fortnite took off so much. They
Yeah, the copy and paste, everything.
a lot of the stuff in there is designed around making kind of this first-person shooter game or third-person shooter game.
I agree. I agree.
But
Some
then they
motherfucking
market it
template.
as the everything engine, which technically, yeah, sure, you can make anything in it.
Like
but
Red Dead. What's that? The Euphoria, I think. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I think it's Red Dead. I don't know about if it's Rockstar's outright, but I know Red Dead runs on that engine where it's not an Unreal engine, basically. It's one of their own engines, and then the physics that it runs on is like a completely built from the ground up Rockstar thing.
Yeah.
Like the actual way, the environment, you know, the way a body ragdolls, all that shit. So they're like operating it in a gaming engine, but then the physics that it operates on is like their own system.
Yeah. Which that is something you can do with most of the engines that are out there. Is you can just rewrite whichever parts of it you want. So you know, if you want to have some specific physics system, you can take Unreal and use its render engine and its network engine and all of these different parts. So then you just plug in your own physics engine into it. It's a lot of work.
What do you think of this DLSS fucking AI thing? Pros and cons, I guess.
Yeah, I think the most modern take. So DLSS is kind of a complicated thing because the newest version is not the same as
Yeah.
the previous versions.
Looks like a lot of people like it too.
And so it's kind of more DLSS is becoming more of a tool set rather than a specific feature, which I don't think is a good thing.
Yeah.
I don't like DLSS 5 as they showed it off.
It
The
looks
game
shit.
it doesn't
looked shit.
have.
It was like when they did the Spider-Man fucking redo. You remember that Spider-Man
Yeah.
2 when they changed his face and everyone was like, "What the fuck did you do that for?" Like, he looks
Yeah,
worse.
it's just like,
It looked like shit.
it's-
And I just don't like it, like knowing, like how it could apply to other older games. Like I feel like just I've seen even just what generators do sometimes with a fucking thumbnail, man, and I'm like, why didn't you do that? What? It was a fucking PNG. I gave you a PNG file and you fucking warped and twisted it. Why? Like
pattern recognition. That's at the end of the day is kind of like it's trying to make something that
I was trying to make
is-
a thumbnail for today and put in. I downloaded a Straight 4 Studio, the literal from your fucking mod hub and all. The Straight 4 Studios PNG, and whenever I did it, it would remove the black of, and it looked like the Straight 4, but without any of the outlines, and it was just all, it was disgusting. I tried it 3 times over, man, and it kept fucking it up. And I showed it to the missus. I was like, look at this. She was like, yeah, what about it? I was like, this is AI trying to put a fucking PNG on a goddamn screenshot that I've already. And she was like, yeah, AI. And she said the same thing. She was like, pattern recognition. It's shit. Like, she was like, it's just trying to repeat whatever other prompts you've given it, and it's obviously not working because it's a different picture. And I was like, yeah, spot on. Because like it's changed me fucking logo on me even when I'm giving it the exact logo, bro.
Yep.
Scary. It's actually scary.
It's
It's been so helpful, and then it's been so annoying at times too.
it's that thing of if you're trying to make something that matches the like stuff that already exists, and kind of something that's already popular, so it has lots of data based on it. It'll generally work fine.
Yeah, it leans, yeah.
Which is also why when you look at a lot of the AI generated thumbnails, is they all kind of look the same-ish.
They are the same, bro. And I hate that even like YouTube forces you into that situation, bro. It fucking forces you into that situation. I hate it. I've resisted for so long, dude. So long. And then even something like, it's why I want replays and such, like something like Gran Turismo. You know, I took great pride in doing my own photography and liveries and all of that just for a screenshot, you know, and then I'd edit that screenshot in Share Factory and do like a shitty kind of fucking font, you know, on top of it. And compared to just what YouTube does and pumps out, like it'd be the same, but it's not, you know, like, and then as soon as you do those AI ones, YouTube pumps them out for you. Like, it's like, it's annoying, bro. Even you look at my recent uploads, like, because I just did, like, I've directly uploaded, it's just got the actual game images, you know, the screen. There is no actual thumbnail for it. They don't get any views. And you could put some shitty, randomly generated fucking thumbnail on it, and yeah, it gets 1,000 views. It's dumb. I hate it.
Yeah.
I've resisted for so long because of it. I wouldn't put my face in it. All the shit. And then I started doing it. Like, even I did one with Ian's face in it and my face looking angry, and it got thousands of views. And I was like, this is a joke. Actual joke.
I'm pretty sure that the new YouTube AI or new YouTube algorithm is based on AI reviewing the thing and figuring out what to recommend.
All cartoon racing cars and a person thinking face. That's all the YouTube sim racing thumbnails. I completely agree, mate. Completely agree. Oh, that was a crazy spin. Oh, this dry line's so good right now.
I'm sure it would be great if I had any form of control over the car to begin with.
What is your, like, besides, you know, a class or whatever, what's your favourite feature in the game?
Favorite feature of the game?
You know, like, something you're not responsible for. It's not the internet or the connections or anything like that. Yeah, what do you think the game does? What do you think this game does better or just really well that makes it, like, kind of stand above its peers or just stand out as a sim racer? Because, like, right now, I'll give you the prompt, this weather, this dry line, this, like, what you put us through at Nord. You know what I mean? And me just losing my fucking shit at how much water was at turn one. You know, like, for me, that's that. Like, there's a lot of things I can point out about this game, but the one thing that I think I can most grab and point to other sim racers and say, you don't have this in other games, is this. So what's your, like, not even that, but what's your personal, what do you get that feeling from this game?
Well, so when I get the time to just sit and play the game,
like Nord at night, you brought up Nord at night. You said that was...
Yeah, there's Nord at night in wet. It's kind of... At the end of the day, like, I'm not a sim racer. I enjoy driving the cars.
Yeah.
I'm not good enough to be competitive, so I don't really get that competitive in a race kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's just driving about, enjoying driving. And yeah, being able to do specifically Nords at night in wet.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Admittedly, there's a couple of bugs with it at the moment. The rain doesn't cover the entire track.
Yeah, but nor should it. Nor should it, because the track, if you look at the track over a GPS and layout, I mean, this, and historically, like even a place like Spa, a place like Suzuka, it's raining at one part of the track and not in another. And a place as big as Nord, with storms moving overhead, it should kind of be like that, truthfully.
Yeah.
It should. It should. Like, if you had rain over the entirety of the whole fucking Nord complex, like, it would have looked like what it looked like for us. Like, it would be unraceable. That would be a big fucking storm cell, man. Like, seriously.
Which, I mean, does happen from time to time, but yeah, it's not your usual.
Okay, so with this weather right now, so we're meant to have... Because, like, I've got the variable weather on. The weather's meant to have a variation thing set to a timer. So if you've got rain on, what does that even mean then? The variation. If the rain's meant to cover the whole track at the whole time, what does the variate? Because we see it change. We see the clouds go away and the sun come out, and the rain gets heavier, the rain gets lighter.
This is bugged in online at the moment.
Okay.
But essentially, it's supposed to change.
Better with single player and AI.
Yeah, not entirely what the state of it is there. I haven't fiddled about with it too much, as I don't usually have weather deviation enabled. The idea is that it would change from, being wet to cloudy to dry to whatever kind of... it would just go through...
Like even here, I think visually it doesn't. Because it started, you could go back to the start of this race. It was darker. It was darker.
Yes.
There was more cloud. It was darker. The rain was heavier. And now the sun's out. There's a blue sky. It's only 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Like, it could have been darker because of sunlight, but there was more cloud cover. I swear it.
No, there was more cloud cover. So I think I need to go back and check because we have a bug listed for it. I think the problem is the synchronization in online. So it's not guaranteed that two people will have the exact same.
Gran Turismo. Gran Turismo has that. Gran Turismo 7 has that. So we used to have, we'd be practicing for 1 hour, 2 hour simulation races, and you would have to, firstly, if you reset the lobby, it wouldn't reset the time of day, right? You'd have to reset the lobby twice. You'd have to do like a forced reset to guarantee the time of day would reset, right? Even though you had a set time of day, you'd reset the lobby that you'd just been racing in, and the time of day would stay exactly on whatever it was there and then, the elapsed time. So you'd reset at a certain time, then it would do like you'd see it, and it'd like actually buffer a little and then force the daily reset. And then after that, we had people that would join the lobby, and it would, in some cases, still be nighttime, not the reset, or vice versa. The people that stayed in the lobby, I would reset it. It resets for me. It's still not for them. We were literally having races around Le Mans, and for one person, it was pitch black, and for the other, the sun was out. Gran Turismo 7. Like, 18 months ago.
It's one of those bugs where it's an easy thing to miss, like especially when it requires you playing for longer periods, because oftentimes when you're doing testing, you'll kind of run the game for maybe 1 or 2 kind of sessions, but each of those sessions is usually quite short. Like you'll do a 5-minute quali 2-3 lap race on the shortest track. And it's like, okay, we've tested this one specific feature.
No, you didn't.
Fine. And then you restart the game.
Load up the Nord, put it on the longest setting and the quickest variation or whatever, man. Like, you've seen it. Like, I mean, you just know about it now with Nord, and you speed it up too much there, and it's like, shadows, too many shadows. It is great. I love it too. Like, even at Gran Turismo, I used to do it, like, literally when you're seeing the shadows move in real time at a hyper sped up rate. I don't know. I love it, bro. I don't care. Like, I think it's cool as. But yeah, there's people that just want me to race on X1 all the time. I'm like, what? Why, man? Like, I get it. If you want just a daylight race, you race in the same setting. But like, X1 all the time, and when you've got a game that does perfect day-night cycles, like with season day-night cycles. Gran Turismo, no matter what, no matter where you're racing, no matter what, it's the same day-night cycle. Like, and not every track does the day-night cycle. They'll do like sunrise to sunset to twilight. Like they won't actually have the sun come up again. Like it's weird. I don't know why it's a thing. And I remember when ACC had what they had, and I was like, this is so much better than Gran Turismo. This, I mean, like, yeah. I also think too that different geographical locations have different sunrises and sunsets.
That has confused quite a few people, especially because a lot of people, a large part of our player base,
seasons, you mean?
Is yeah, and being northern or southern hemisphere.
Continue. Yeah, sorry.
It's yeah, because obviously a majority of our players are in the northern hemisphere, and
I gotta put
we've had quite a few complaints of like, oh, we set it to, you know, like July, or yeah, set it July, and it's like winter, and it's like, yeah, because you're on a track.
Yeah, I do. I get it. I yeah. So literally, it's proper wherever you are in the world, whatever season you set it to, it's kosher. Like it's on the ball. It knows what it's doing. It's like, man, when I did winter in fucking Britain, and I had it at like ×2 or ×3 and set to 7 a.m. and the fucking sun never came up. I was like, what is going on, man? Like, why is it so dark? Is this why everyone in England is so depressed? Like, and everyone in the chat was like, bro, this is winter in England. I was like, it's fucking 8:30. He's walking to school. It's black. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, and like, yeah. And then even going to like Canada and having like, there are full different seasons, and oh, I love it. Like, it's something that I've only ever seen in this game. And again, this is stuff that I'm going to talk about in the review. Like, no reviewer and influencer is touching that shit. They don't even realize. Like, come on, man. Open your eyes, mate. Look at it. Like, the moment it's got date, month, season. It's so good. So good. You can play with the conditions so much, man. Make it summer and cold, so you've got like a long day where the sun's out forever, but it's cold. Like, you can fuck with the settings. And I've pushed them to their extremes in AI races. Absolute extremes.
Mm.
All right, we're going to go to Monza. And I'm bringing in the Evos.
Jimbot. So in regards to getting into a sim race studio, for me personally, I left my previous job because basically just didn't fit with the studio. Didn't work out very well. And I basically notified some recruiters that I was looking for work. When I was like, have this job, network programmer, sim racing studio. Had a interview with Kev, my current lead.
When was this?
How long ago did I join? Almost 3 years ago now.
So, in development of this game, basically.
So the development had started, but it was still pretty early.
Yeah.
And so this was back when we were working in Unreal Engine before we got Giants as a publisher and switched into their engine.
Maxie, I thought you were getting on today, this weekend. My mate Maxie. The one who's been who gave you the membership, mate. The one who's been fucking all Oprah Winfrey on my streams, mate. You get a membership. You get a membership. We all get
membership
a membership
for everyone.
Bloody Oprah. Do you have a favorite? You mentioned the big streamers. Do you have a favorite, like one, like, you know, just throughout the whole thing? Like, is there someone that you enjoy, or have enjoyed watching when you had time? when you were younger? Or is it just Pewds? I mean,
Uh,
and that's a fair answer. Like, I fucking love Pewds.
To be honest, I haven't really watched Pewds until recently. Like, it's more
it's all
Linux
life stuff,
stuff.
now. Yeah, it's all life stuff now for
Uh,
him, bro.
yeah.
Felix,
Um,
he's not even Pewds anymore, mate. It's Felix now.
yep.
He's a boy. He's a
Um,
real boy.
I don't know. Over the years, I've kind of not really.
I love Jack.
I have a couple small streamers that I follow.
I definitely
but,
love Jack. And Mark's just cool. I just wish I sounded like Mark and looked like Mark and was built like Mark. And, you know, Mark's just cool.
He seems like a very cool guy. Like, I've never watched any of them enough to know anything about
He's just got
them.
aura. He just oozes a bit of aura.
It's
Jack's got beautiful hair. Love Jack's hair. He's got beautiful hair. Personality. He's top of the morning to you. Hello. Who the fuck are you? We're gonna be playing Resident Evil today, killing some fucking zombies. Love Jack.
I think the main thing I've seen from Jacksepticeye was his commentary on Mr. Beast.
Oh, I can't stand Mr. Beast. He creeps me out just looking at him. I think he's an AI.
Yeah.
I think he's an AI.
He started before we had the whole AI boom.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just mean, like, he's literally like, he is the algorithm. Whatever.
These days, he does control the flow of what mainstream does. It's kind of because whatever he does is popular, and so everyone tries to copy it.
100%. Have you seen any of Arc Raiders at all?
I've played like
Played it.
half an hour of it when it was free to play. It's the type of shooter I am terrible at.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. It's like Red Dead too, basically running on the same thing. Red Dead was an amazing game, and you could still suck at it.
I don't think I have enough time in it to like give any kind of in-depth review, but from what I saw of it, it looked like they were the people who are making it care about the fundamentals.
The way the game
plays. Like those little things are like the reloading, the kind of the way it feels to move, like all the little mechanics of just
really cool. The over the shoulder, yeah, I agree. It feels also awfully familiar, but it's something else entirely on its own. It's doing its own thing, but it's like heavily borrowing from all these other things. Look, if you took the player element out of it, like in terms of player versus player, and it was purely team up, take on the Ark, and it was just that, I still think that I would be playing it till the cows come home. Like, it's the player side, like in terms of the harsher side of it, where I'm like, ugh, this game. But then it's also those moments that make it what it is. Like that when you get away from those moments, or you fight back, or like even we're very passive. We'll run, we'll get out of there, we'll fight back and escape. You know what I mean? Like now, rather than because it's heavily known. Like as soon as you fight back and kill someone, then that's it. You're a naughty boy yourself. You know, just for defending yourself. So I understand like just the game on a physics, looter, shooter, fundamental gameplay loop element. It's got me good. Like I've never felt I've never felt anything like it. Like in terms of I don't do extractions, and I've done many PvE and I've done many open world game and upgrade your stuff, loot your stuff, fight bosses together and shit like that. But it's just never anything like this. It's a weird loop, like amazing loop, but one that hooks it. Like it's like it was systematically made to suck you in.
Well, I think the key thing there is like, so to go to the simplest example of the original Super Mario, where like
NES.
your mechanic is jump.
Yep.
Like that's your mechanic.
Left, right,
Technically,
jump,
you know, you can move
headbutt.
left, right.
Left, right, jump, headbutt.
Yeah. But the headbutt is also like connected to the jump very strongly. It's like
Yeah.
it's and you know, landing on enemies. It's all fundamentally built around the mechanic of jump. And they just went, okay, how do we make this one mechanic feel interesting? And just really honed into that. It's like, okay, jumping over a chasm, making it feel like, you know, it took some amount of skill that, you know, you actually had to like do something you learned while playing it, and that there was more to master there constantly. And they nailed that superbly. And I think that's the thing
evolution
now
of those original
where-
Mario games too is insane. When you take
Yeah.
the 2D Mario, you know, all of it basically, just kept leveling up.
Yeah. I think that's what we're seeing here, but just with like an extraction shooter, is they've kind of gone, okay, we have shooting. What makes this feel good? Not necessarily like they've not gone the kind of, okay, what's this makes this feel realistic? It's just what makes this feel good. What we're gonna shoot this gun. What feedback do we need to give the player to make it feel interesting to shoot, that feel like there is like things they can manage with it, learn about it, master it? And then they did that with every single feature of the core mechanics.
Yeah.
The movement, so
I
you're
was gonna say
jumping,
that,
you're jumping.
the item management. I kind of felt 100% what you're saying. The way you have to reload, be jumping, managing your shield recharger and your grenade, like how you've got the item in your hand, you know, and you've got to switch the hand, like all of that stuff. And at first it feels a little clunky, and then when you remember the systems, like it just becomes this natural gameplay rhythm, and then it feels so natural. And like you have you know, all the mechanics in your hand too. It literally does come down to a skill thing, and admittedly I'm pretty much the same as you. Like my skill level is not that great, but the intense moments of when the gameplay works is like just 9 out of 10. Fucking some of the best. The sweat that it induces on my hands when I'm playing it. What's going on, Ruthless? How are you, mate? The sound design for me too. The sound is like visually it's stunning. I agree, all those things about those gameplay mechanics. It's like so many others that you play, but it just does all the things it's trying to do well. Even the art of the slide and the grappling hooks and shit. The recharging your stamina by sliding downhill, like shit like that is just. It's a very intelligent game too. Like even. You know, stuff that you loot from the arcs and that can be used as weapons, like to take down. There's a lot of stuff that thinks outside the box, and you don't necessarily get told it by the game. You have to kind of discover it. But yeah, the sound design, like just playing even just being solo and like, you know, discovering the arc the first time, the sound design just blows me away. Like absolutely blows me away from what the game is. I sit there shitting myself so many times, like hearing something, knowing you don't even know what it is. It's just, you know, it's a bad arc and it's making a lot of noise and it's right outside the building, but you don't know exactly where it is. And you're swinging the camera around trying to actually get your ears in the direction of where it is. Like, the surround sound and it's immaculate. But in saying all that about that game too, it's a game that's in a much bigger position than you guys are. And I'm fairly new to it. Well, it's been out the exact same amount of time. Like literally came out like a week or two before you guys did. Much larger genre, much larger success loop, but an insane amount of criticism thrown its way to a constantly never happy community base, like a torn right down the middle community base that one wanted one way and one wanted the other. A heavy stream of influences that dictate the direction that the game has to go, which pushes more of that fan base away and brings in more of the other fan base. Like it is a very complicated game right? In terms of the player base and keeping them happy. And like you said, it's very clear that they are trying to cater to all of them and keep them happy and keep them engaged and shit. Saying all that, it is what it is. It got updated with a big update, like first one in a little while, I think since Christmas, or not since Christmas, but like first one in like a month or so. And my experience with it was a good 2 weeks before that update. And the moment that update went live, the game turned to fucking shit. Like it not only the people playing it, the way it was played, the matchmaking. And then I had 3 days straight of crashing, like in game, like I'm in the game and I crash and then I'm dead. My mate did it. My mate crashed, got killed by an arc. We were running and he went quiet and then he was 200 meters away from us. Then he was dead and we're trying to get back to him and then he finally connects back to the party. He's like, the fucking game crashed on me and all this shit. Like the game is just, I've no shit, had more crashes on arc in 4 days than I've had on this game in 3 months. I shit you not, Sora. Like I shit you not. Like I've almost been, like, because of what I've been through with this, with that one, I'm finding it unacceptable. I'm like, I don't care how much bigger a player base is. It's like, if you guys have got $1 billion that you're just sitting on because of sales, fix this shit. Like,
somebody there, some poor developer, is going to be frantically trying to find the cause of the crashes and
see what I found already, and it'd be my feedback. I have found that his entire, my mate said the exact same thing, at least on a console PS5 side of it. It is solely related to being in parties. So if you're solo, if I'm playing solo, not one fucking problem, not one. As soon as you're in the main menu, you're standing there with your mate in the main menu doing your workshop and it crashes. You're loading into a game and it crashes. You're going out the fucking hatch or out the elevator and it crashes. But solo, I haven't had it happen once, and then party, it's non-stop, like just non-stop. So I think there's something going on with matchmaking and player base, because it's all the proximity thing and the way it does the parties, with people only being able to, it'd be very hard to manage it all. Hello. I've still got Sora on, and we're talking about movies and random stuff before, and Matthew Lillard come up, and he's one of Sora's favourite people in the world.
And therefore Tarantino can rot in hell.
Bro, did you hear that, Sora? She literally just said Tarantino can rot.
And one of my favourite movies is Tarantino.
Yeah, I told him. I brought up the Paul Dano stuff. But I said to you, I already got the feeling Sora was wholesome. I said that to you yesterday, and then we're talking about Matthew Lillard, and that came up, and Sora's main reason for liking Matthew Lillard it was straight away, it was like the interviews, and I was like, bro, my missus.
He said that he's like, yes, they're gay and Scream.
Oh yeah, him and Stu, I love that shit. Don't worry, that cracks me up. Billy and Stu, I fucking love that shit.
Yeah,
they were gay as fuck.
He said it. He's like, well,
I don't care. That shit was funny as my parents are gonna kill me.
My Uber driver just told me that he just got back from India, and he was doing some traditional Holi festival stuff, and he was like, yeah, northern India, he's like, we go and we do that, and then we have like drinks that are like marijuana, and he starts talking to me, he's like, did you have any experience with marijuana? I was like, buddy. And he was telling me about a bad time he had once, where he thought he heard people screaming.
Some of them, I remember the Indian boys I worked with. They had a different name for it though. I can't remember what it was. Some of them loved to party.
But it was just funny.
India's got a lot of lower class, middle class. How was your day?
Weird with the one. We've had a lot of people in the store, even though we only had one on the trip. Old mate's still in the heater.
Yeah, I know. I full banged the shit out of it, and he doesn't give a fuck.
No. He'll just roast eventually.
He will. He will.
Oh, I got some roast.
Oh. Alright. The referee, yeah, he fucked his arm. It's funny. We'll see if we get any more in after this one. I might be done soon. You've definitely given us more than enough time.
It's been my pleasure.
Oh, I've loved it. Like in general, I didn't want to draw you too much about the game because I just also wanted to have a chat with you. Like you chill, bro. We've got it again. There's 4 people already in the pits. What's going on?
Yep.
Split lobby?
Nice.
Is it the split lobby thing?
I can probably find out.
Are you? No, you're directly behind me. I can tell that is you.
Apologies to whoever's probably going to end up ramming into me because I'm just standing still on the start line.
Nah, you're fine. You're fine. You're still there.
Let's see if I can.
Fuck. Oh, good save. Good save. I didn't murder anyone. Good save.
Question is, which server are we currently on?
So you can see the servers live at any time.
Yeah, I can
Cue.
essentially connect to them and view the logs from them mainly.
That's cute. Yeah, I don't know, because they were in the pits. Elsewise, if they'd left, you know what I mean, they wouldn't be there. So whenever they're in the pits like that, it's generally the two lobby thing.
So the main thing that's actually happening there is one of your clients, either yours or theirs, thinks that you have a connection to each other, whereas the other doesn't think that there's a connection.
I think there was a few 500s before we come in. I've had the lobby up for hours too, so it's probably cooked by now.
That should hopefully be fixed with the next patch.
Yeah.
Should. Hopefully.
Rough, no embargo ETA?
I have no clue, unfortunately.
I wouldn't, like I said, though, with 2.0 being the size that it was, I wouldn't be expecting anything substantial anytime soon.
So, I'm hoping for sooner rather than later, because we have fixes in. Yeah, I also want to see, because we don't know that the fixes for the disconnection stuff will guaranteed fix it, because we can't reproduce. The only way we've been able to reproduce it so far is by using a VPN. And that caused Ryan to get it 100% of the time.
What's Ryan do? What's his department?
He is part of QA.
What's QA?
He does a bunch of other things.
What's QA? Questions and answers.
Quality assurance.
I was going to, I'm like, what's QA in development? Quality assurance, so testing stuff?
Testing and kind of taking public reports of bugs and things, testing them to see if we can reproduce them.
Well, that would explain why he was probably like one of the only ones out of the devs that actually kind of seems to try on the Discord side of pleasing people or give them the answer they want, but at the same time having enough of people shit too. Just at least in terms of the active devs on Discord, he seems to be the one who will most step in and say something. Try to explain something or whatever.
I think Bruno tries a fair bit as well.
I do see that. Yeah, no, 100%. I will say, I don't mean, I'm not taking anything away from it, but I feel like I don't know, defending it a bit, I guess, more. Whereas Bruno seems a bit more chill, I'd say. I'm not saying Rye's not chill. But yeah, at least from what I see from it, or at least my personal interactions with him in terms of feedback and how feedback can be perceived, that makes more of an understanding then. If he's the one having to directly deal with fucking people complaining, or complaining about specifics, and he has to chase up specifics. So you probably do, at least in terms of, the home menu thing and the kit, you would probably do a lot of back and forth directly with him?
So for a lot of those issues, because I'm able to reproduce them myself, I don't need to interact so much. But usually the way it would happen is, we would, implement features, do whatever dev stuff we're doing. QA will then take a build, and they will go through and test specific features. So on a daily basis, they will usually go, okay, we played through the game a bit. and then we encounter these issues. So we'll create a ticket for them, which is for the developers to tell them, here is the reproduction steps. We had it happen this often. So, you know, if you try to reproduce it 5 times, how many times out of 5 did it happen? And give as much data as possible so that the developer can then go and reproduce and try and fix it.
Because like in the
so they
case
go
of
and
the
then
one
create
you
that
seen
issue.
online, you were able to replicate that instantly, weren't you? Because I mean, like
Yeah.
EJ went and basically did it and then got it to you, and you were like, yeah, bang, done.
Yeah. And so with a lot of issues now, like I've kind of skipped the QA part of the pipeline and just
Directly.
been in your guys'
So,
streams,
yeah,
seen there's an issue,
yeah.
and just
That's where I'm saying that's
Um,
where it feels that you're doing. And I mean, Rye's got his own thing and his own stuff to deal with and the way he goes about things. But the stream, and I'm not saying streamers are like the be all and end all either, but when you've got blokes that are the ones that are running the biggest lobbies in the game or in the biggest races or streaming to the biggest audience, they've got to have some influence or at least a validated, justified opinion.
yeah, I mean, so for me, a lot of the thing is you guys have experienced issues that never came up when we were testing internally.
It's because of how much
Is-
we play this shit, bro.
Well, it's not just that. It's like even for some of the things where we know, like the disconnects, for example, we can go and run 100 ranked lobbies internally within the team, and it will never happen to a single user.
And use a cross console, PC, Xbox,
Console,
everything.
both consoles, PC, you know, Epic, Steam,
But they're all
Giants.
local to each other.
No, I mean we're spread out
Yeah,
Europe. We have a
pretty
couple
over
people in the
Europe,
US, couple
yeah,
people
yeah,
in
yeah.
East Asia.
Yeah.
But some of the issues just never appeared. And part of that thing is just there's not enough
Were
of
those
us.
lobbies locked down? Were you running them in a lobby,
Well,
or are you running them on like a local area network with like access to the build type thing?
No, we run them on lobby. So
On a
essentially, we have a replication of like the public servers.
Yeah, because I mean, is that what you
But,
did the other day with EJ when that lobby that you were like, don't join the lobby,
so-
we're bug testing or whatever?
So for that one, I spun up the kind of lobby server on one of my own machines I have at home.
Yeah.
And so that one's a bit different, but it's similar kind of concept where, yeah, we just have a similar environment where we can run it against. Everyone's able to connect to it. Yeah, for a lot of the issues, we weren't able to get them in those tests at all. So having, like, being able to look in the streams, kind of see you guys actually experiencing these things, look at whatever flow of things is happening for it to happen.
Yeah, it was like the one where I was flowing through that menu. That was so obvious. Like, it was so
Yeah.
obvious straight away. And I was so excited. I'm like, look at this, look at this. Like, and I'm flicking through it at lightning speed, and it's struggling to keep up. And then, yeah, bang. You know, that one was so obvious to me. Like, the moment it happened, I was like, oops. I did that. I was excited. You know, the game couldn't handle it, and it instantly fixed. You know, like, and then the next time I stress tested it, I was taking the piss out of it. I was flying through those menus. I was like, look at all these cars. I'm going to get some footage like that to put into the video too, because it's a part of my argument of when people are like, oh, the UI didn't need improvement. Fuck off here. You blind.
It's one of those things of technically, did it need it? Like, did it fundamentally?
Because they want
It's
it in
like,
front.
sure,
They're
maybe
pissed off that
not.
it's in front of stability or in front of like they even I've seen
Yeah.
people that are arguing that's in front of fixing the cars. I'm like, what cars still need fixed, mate? Like, I'm full. Just like, what are you talking? Why this car's shit? This GT3 shit. I'm like, you're shit. Fix your wheel settings, mate. Like,
But
fuck.
we also have this thing of like, there's more than one person working at the company. Like, the people
Yeah.
working on the UI are generally not the people fixing the vehicle handling.
yeah, no
I-
shit. no shit. And they're working on that on their own right. They're like, hey, this will be cool. Like, they don't know, the dumpster fire elsewhere. They're working on their own thing that's like they're meant to be implemented, and then they're going to get the blame that they implemented something cool, but there's some other fire over there still that's not their responsibility, like...
Yep.
They did something really good, but it's totally going to get ignored because there's still a fire over there. Like...
Yep. It's kind of like...
But I just saved this dog up the tree, man. But you didn't save that woman in that building that just burnt down, Like...
It's like, yeah, I'm not a firefighter. It's not...
Yeah. I got all this climbing equipment. I did really good. Nah, 100%. Like, that's why I said what I'm going to focus on the review is that there's only one bad thing to focus on, and that's now, at least after today, I've got a much, much bigger picture of it. 1,000% a much bigger picture of at least where we need to go from there and how do we go from there. And that is the underlying fundamental feature, but I absolutely have faith that we'll get there. Every single fucking other aspect of it is just the amount of times that I have just driven a car and I'm like, I'm falling in love, and it's just something I haven't driven, or I'm driving it on default, or like I have said it about 20 different cars in the last week. Every NGT car, every GT car, all the GTOs, all the GT500s, like I just constantly keep, how can I get in these cars that are all uniquely different from each other and have these, even now my my wheel settings with the feedback side of it in the car are starting to almost become universal, except for the lower end cars like a Roadster or a Porsche 964 or something. My feedback settings for most of anything that has a GT in front of its number is 1.04, 1.08, and I'm on 10 meter DD. And before that, go back through all the updates and launch, and I was 1.7, 2.0, 1.5, whatever, and and now it's just at this, like some of even the catches I'm doing now, these moments where I'm like, I should have died, and I've caught the car, and I'm like, it's the car control and the reflex and the physics and the tires and everything working at once that made that happen. Like, I'm gonna praise it, man, in terms of that aspect. Like, there is one bad negative thing to talk about, and I'm certainly not going to spend 30 minutes talking about it. You know what I mean? I'm not going to avoid it, but it'll be like 3 minutes tops.
It's like tops. It is something that needs commenting 100%. On and criticizing. Like
100.
I don't think anyone should hold back on commenting. It's like,
but I'm still.
It is a problem.
I am still going to and show the proof. Like I said, how the customs are different. Of how even it shouldn't be the way, but I like just make these people get a bunch of friends, lock it out to just you guys, and go racing, and tell me that it looks like shit. Tell me that it is ghosting to each other. Tell me that the physics aren't correct. Like, it's unfortunate that this connection, it is the one thing, but it's absolutely, at least in terms of where it was, where it is, it's better. You know, like, it can't be too much better. Like, I would say, based on current progress, if we didn't get on top of this within 2 or 3 months, then it might be full panic stations.
That's fair.
I think it's been generous too, because I truly believe, like, and even when I did my 72-day video, in terms of, I don't know, like it's harder for me to say it because I haven't been through many racing games teething problems, and they all haven't. They all go through levels of things like these. Because I haven't had that experience, I can't say what is an adequate amount of time for these things to be implemented. And I'm still absolutely okay with this. As much as I defend it and it pissed me off, and I'll cite AC, Evo and all that, I'm okay with being a beta tester if that's what they want to call me, as long as my beta testing is helping improve the game, and that the game grows as we improve it, and that you know what I mean? And it is. Undoubtedly it is. There's absolutely no fucking denying that.
We want to keep it that way. It's
yeah.
kind of.
But the UI thing, bro, I think people are being dicks about that. I think they're really, really being dicks. If you can't look at a overall facelift along the levels of this and say that it's a good thing for a game, then I don't get. You really you just want to hate, man. Like, you just want to hate so bad. Like, you can't even acknowledge good changes when they happen. That stuff's frustrating for me. All right, we will make this the last one. I really need to have some dinner and have some actuals soon. What we get? 81 votes. All right. It was a question that was asked earlier, and I forgot to re-mention it. Without mentioning the manufacturers, so it was a specific question. Are there future manufacturers coming to it that aren't in the game without mentioning any manufacturers? So
I would imagine so.
Yeah, that's what it's an obvious question. I would have thought too. I think even when you look at the Trans Am cars that are meant to be coming, them alone, there'll be other American providers that are coming in that aren't in the game.
It's I don't know what our plans are long term. Kind of even for the next few kind of things.
Ferrari won't happen, bruh. I'm sorry, and I'm pretty sure Sora could confirm. Ferrari won't happen in this game, not even as a mod.
It's I have heard that licensing with Ferrari is a huge pain.
And because you guys have a damage system, they won't like that either. They don't like their cars getting fucked up. Probably. That's one of the big things for them. But yes, I can imagine the only ones that I could ever think would be the older cars. The older cars for Ferrari, like the legends from Le Mans in that era, because they don't race anymore. The technology's not getting out. But Ferrari are, yes, notorious for being absolute dicks about renting their likeness for video games. I mean, for fuck's sake, they did a collab with Fortnite, but they won't put their cars in racing games. Even Toyota. So, do you know why Toyota stopped doing Need for Speed games?
I have no clue.
Reckless driving. They didn't want to promote. They didn't want to have their cars. They pulled their cars from the games because they didn't want their cars to be represented in that way. Even though the most famous fucking Toyota in history is in the Fast and the Furious movie.
Yeah.
DTM. Any chance? Mods. Anything's a chance with mods, I guess, isn't it? It's just who's going to sue you and who's not. Who's going to allow the mod and who's not, I think, isn't it?
I mean, so, with the modding, we can't do anything official.
Yeah.
It's you can't put a Ferrari
So someone could create a P444 open top LMP that is red but isn't a Ferrari 333 LMP.
In theory.
Hey, let's go, modders. You heard the man.
So, obviously there's, we have a review process for the mods where if something is too close, I'm assuming depending on brands and how we've had things with them. Yeah.
Everyone's that's a mini Challenger. Hence the name, Charlie.
It's
I don't care. I've got no beef with it. I think it's like it's a ridiculous car, but it looks cool. Like it's adorable. But the Praga, what about that thing?
yeah.
Is that a real thing? No.
I have no clue, to be honest with you. It's
And then the other ones are just them putting engines in your guys' cars.
yeah, there's a fair bit of that.
What's the go there? Are they like so they're putting an engine in, you know, a shell, a setup that you guys already have. They're putting an engine that's like not in the game. F1 engines, V8, V10, V12. Like, how's that happen?
Imagine there's some terms about the licensing where they're allowed to do some things are allowed. And that would just be a case
mean
where
more so the engine's not in the game, but the modder is creating an engine. That's more what I mean. How does that happen? Like,
So you can modify the physics files for the engine to make it whatever kind of engine you want, really. So the kind of car's physics is almost a type of like scripting system in of itself, which essentially means you can change the way the physics works for any of the engines. And you can do this for the cars that are already in the game. You can just open up the physics files for it and modify them.
Also, guys, we're going to put him on the spot here. Sora's on a controller. Has been playing with us for days on a controller. We were watching him for a good 5-10 minutes yesterday. And I was taking the piss, pretending I was driving on a controller. Going, how good's this look? Oh, I'm so good. And then Sora comes in and was like, I'm on a controller. And I'm like, oh, well, that looks sick then. Like, and then I go out to try and drive and I'm dead. I crash. Sora right now is on a controller. So, yeah. Good.
I did finally get my wheel set up. Not currently using it, but...
What is your setup at home? So, like you said, so you've got it on console, PC. Do you have both consoles at your disposal?
Yep.
Because, like, it sounds like you said, you can test anything at home. You've got control of the servers. You can access the logs. You've got all the systems.
Yeah.
Do you have multiple wheels?
I've only got one wheel. I'm hoping to... So my current wheel is a Thrustmaster T300 RS. Had to look away at the model number, and so we're just going to go into the pits now. It works well enough.
It is direct drive, though, isn't it? Or is that a belt-driven?
I think it's belt-driven.
Yeah, the older... Yes, that's the older one. I'm thinking of the T598 or whatever it is now. That's their full-blown sick DD. Yeah, so I think it's like the Thrustmaster equivalent of a 923, which is a very, very good wheel. They've meant to have great longevity in them too.
I do want to get a direct drive, but shit's expensive.
It really fucking is, bro. My kit is... I mean, mine was second-hand, and my kit's still just too much money. Too much money that I wasn't in any position to do, and if it wasn't for my community, I wouldn't have been able to do. So yeah, I get that. Sim racing. So I wanted to do the videos on it for the longest time on how inaccessible it is for cost, bro.
Yeah, that's one of the things we wanted to do with like having it
more
be
playable on a controller
console
than PC too. I completely agree. I was on a controller back for PC too. It was hard as fuck. Couldn't drive any of the high-powered cars on controller. I still completed like 45% of the career mode though on a pad.
So that is something that we've been very consistent with. Is kind of like the game should be like you're not going to be faster than someone on a wheel because you just don't have the same level of control.
You have really got on top
but-
of the oversteer correction. So the countersteer, basically countersteer, I guess, assistance. And yeah, because it used to just the moment you'd feel great going around a high speed turn or into a turn, and then the moment you'd have to go through an SE at a lower or medium speed and you change direction, there'd just be oversteer. And the moment you try to get back on the power, and then the car would just get in this unstoppable death wobble, you know, left, right, left, right, left, right until you spun. So yeah, where it's at now, it's incredible. I truly like, and I haven't been a pad user for a long time, but I have every single update, you know, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour on pad, to the point where I'm like taking the piss. You see me now, I get on it and I'm like, look at this shit. Like, I mean, that I can even out-qualify some people in some of these lobbies on a controller. Like, come on, man, don't tell me this shit's unplayable. Like, I will fight you. I'll throw my spare controller at your head, mate. You know, like,
I do at times think that it's a little bit too easy on controller at times.
that's what I mean too, bro. Like, the braking is just so generous. You don't understand how much harder the braking is on low cells than what it is what you got to do on a controller. How generous it is. The car will lock up and skid to a complete stop, like, just beautifully. Do that on a fucking wheel and you're like, wobbling your arms left and right, like trying to come to a stop. Like, no, it's, I think it, I mean, like, yeah, even when the fact that I'm like spectating you, also every time, I don't know what it is, bro, like with your net, I guess you're Swedish net, man, because like when I'm spectating you, it's like I'm spectating a local.
Yeah, I pay for essentially the best networking. Yeah, I've got fiber to the building. And then the ISP that I have is connected directly out to the Netherlands, which then goes through the global interconnects to other continents. So have a lot better connection globally than the average Joe.
That's sick. God bless Sweden. God bless PowerPay.
I still find it hilarious that it was one of our political parties that hosted it for a while.
Yeah, good on. Good on them. Imagine the money they would have got from traffic.
Except they didn't make any money whatsoever. Because
I know. What was it? Stefan Grundberg or something like that is one of them. It's like 3 dudes.
I can't remember the people.
They all had.
It was the Pirate Party.
That what it started as. It was all about better internet, free use of the internet.
Yep. And then
legends.
Internet privacy and
legends. And they just kept trolling. They just kept trolling. Every time it got taken down, they just pop up somewhere else. New laws. Nah, good on them. Honestly, we do need more of it. We're leaning heavily back into full-blown censorship and reductions. Yeah, we're leaning full black into that, the dark ages again, basically, where the government wants to be spying on everyone and keep tabs on everyone and let your information get out, like sell your information out to fucking data banks. But they also don't want us, you know, being able to do any of what they do or find out about it.
Yep. That's different rules for you and me.
The haves and have-nots. Yeah,
a little bit, yep.
Political pandering is, political power plays, geopolitics. It's bad. Bad. Even I watched the whole thing about Lebanon recently, and I didn't like. Well, I grew up with a lot of Lebanese mates and know full well about their war and their history and stuff like that. But I watched the whole thing that basically explained like their last 100 years and how back in the day, to kind of when Lebanon was formed and they were under French rule, and when it was created as an independent land because of how many crunch.
Sorry, deja vu.
Because of how many different ethnic minorities and religious minorities they had there, that was mainly made up of Sunni Shiite Muslims and then Christians. they basically split they split all the government departments under control of these three different political parties. They're not political, religious parties that became political parties over the time. But so like transport and, you know, taxes were handled by one, and then law and aggregation and shit like that was handled by another. Like basically that's the way it went. And this was from like 70, 80 years ago, right? And essentially what this whole thing was about is the reason that Lebanon is so corrupt now is that it's had squabbling politics for this whole time, because like, so it was all about like the Beirut explosion and how it got to that, you know, how did that happen? The government knew about it, and nobody was ever, like even now to this day, you know, we're 6 years later, nobody's been charged, and the government, like everybody's, like the law side of it is like new government come in and they wanted to do like an inquiry and chase it up on the law, but then because one of these other parties was in charge of the law and they had friends who had business ties to this thing, they vetoed it, and it just sounded fucked, like just an absolute joke of a system where it's like you've got multiple political parties that are tied to religious beliefs that are basically squabbling with each other for power plays, you know, like anybody that tries to do something in advancement and progress gets shut down by the others because it's not beneficial for them, or it's beneficial for, you know, everybody, but it makes only that one lot look good because it's their department to put it in place. So it's just, there's no progress because everybody just shuts everything down. Like,
Yeah.
I was like, this is fucked. Like, this is genuinely fucked. Like, and the fact that at its core, it was all led by religious parties, and the whole fucking thing of politics is that, and government is that we're meant to separate fucking religion and state. So
Yeah, that's
yeah,
separation of church and state was a massive thing for most of the first world countries.
Yeah, even in America now, and it's creeping back in as an
Yep.
excuse. Yeah, no, it was interesting to me, very interesting to me. I thought I knew a bit about Lebanon. I really did, but I didn't know that the political. I knew the religious situation over there was very mixed, but I didn't know that it was directly tied into the political, and basically that they were all just as corrupt as each other because they were constantly trying to stop each other from advancing. And I'm like, that's fucked. How can a country actually fucking progress?
Yeah, I mean, I think you generally find is like, no matter what system you have in place, like they all start calling each other corrupt,
Black
as
and
like
white, blue and red, up and down.
yeah, it's us versus them.
There's no middle ground. There's no ability to work cohesively together. And
yeah.
No, like if someone comes up with an idea that's brilliant, the other one's going to veto it just because it doesn't make them look good.
Yep. I mean, like, when the US was initially founded, they had an interesting system where, like, you had the two main political parties, and whichever party won the presidency, the other party would become the vice president.
Yeah, like so you had to have the approval of both.
Yeah, which is kind of like, okay, so there you've got something where fundamentally it's designed for compromise rather than for one party to be ruling, which generally, as we see in most things, when we have people...
He's meant to be for that.
Sorry, I missed that.
The two-term thing, where they're not allowed to serve no longer than 2 terms. So you don't have one ideal ruling a country for an extended amount of time.
That one I find is kind of a mixed bag, because a lot of changes that a president is putting in place
Then the other one comes in
from the systems down. Yeah. And like a lot of these things take many years for them to have any kind of impact. So you get someone in place, you don't see immediate change, and so you kick them out because they haven't immediately changed. It's kind of like,
a lot of the stuff that's been done in both America and Europe right now is undoing what a lot of people did for a long time.
Yep. It's kind of changes at the national level take decades usually for you to see the actual real impact of any of the changes. But during that time, you go through so many different political parties and different people with changing opinions, and the countries themselves generally change opinions on what's important. And
Like once every generation.
yeah, mentally putting someone in power for that kind of length of period would be a little bit terrifying. I mean, we see it happen in certain places. Almost always breeds
Loyalty.
insane amounts of corruption. And,
Yeah. But also, you could have a situation too where someone could genuinely be a great fucking leader that should be able to stay on for a 20 or 30 year reign if they keep stability and peace in the country.
yeah, like they could generally be doing a lot of good improvement, doing what a lot of people agree is best for the country, and they then
I always
can't keep
find
doing
that,
that
like
because
I met an Australian Prime Minister while he was a Prime Minister, Kevin Rudd. I met Prince William. I used to be a youth worker, basically an advocate for youth work, and through that work, when I was like 21, 22, I met a lot of political figures. Another one that I met before them was the dude who was the opposition leader for Victorian government, right? So he was, I can't remember if it was Labor or Liberal, don't remember who was in fucking power at the time, but he was the opposition. Got the shit kicked out of him for like 9 years in a row, right? And I met him doing tours of Melbourne, showing the youth homelessness problem that was like bang on in the city. And the tours were about raising funds and awareness, shit like that. But it was a tour with the Melbourne City Council for when they had the mayor candidacy on. They had like 8 or 9 suits, all with their own fucking PR people and cameras following them around and all that shit. One of the blokes, Robert Doyle, was this dude that was the leader of the opposition for so long. And I remember after we were done with the tour and all that, I was 19, 20 years old, so not a fear in the fucking world in terms of, I mean, I'm the same then as I was now, but probably more mouthy, just less educated. But I basically, we got questions at the end of it. We were meant to, ask them what do we think they're going to do to better our situation or whatever, or to do something about the kids and homelessness on the streets and refuges and shit like that. And I remember a couple of the other people, I can't remember what they asked, but got to me, I'd listen to him talk, blow gas for 15, 20 minutes talking to other people. And it got to me, I literally said to him, I was like, mate, all right. I was like, I'm not big into politics. I hate them. I really hate politics, mate. I was like, all it is. I was like, this is an example. I was like, you're in the opposition, mate. The losing opposition for 9 years. And I was like, I don't know anything about politics. I don't know anything about what you stand for. I was like, and the reason I feel I don't know anything about what you stand for is because your government, the opposition, all you guys ever do is say the opposite of whatever the current guys that are in do. If there is outcry, you will create it. If there is, I was like, basically, I don't know what the opposition stands for at all, especially someone who's the opposition of a losing side. What if, and this was him trying to win a position, right, the Victorian Premier, right? So this was post-fact. He's trying to become the Lord Mayor of Melbourne, the city of Melbourne, right? So he couldn't become Premier of the state. And he's trying to be, and they're trying to sell us, or we're trying to sell them or whatever. And I basically just said to him, what can you do? Like, if you lost for that long, and when you're in the opposition, the majority of what you're meant to do is to incite opposition from the public, right? Like to create uproar with the current government and force your way in through disapproval of them. It's not about what you can do. It's about what they're not doing or whatever. That's what you're attached to. And he took it all in. He's looking at me, he was like, all right, firstly, for someone who says you don't know a lot about politics, you don't care about it, he's like, you know a lot about politics. He's like, you would make a great lawyer. And I was like, okay, yeah, all right. But he basically, he actually sold me. He went on about, as I so brutally, like he was like, as you so brutally just put it, I was on the losing side for a decade. He's like, I didn't get a chance to do anything. Like he basically said, you know, he didn't get a chance to do anything. He was on the losing side. Yeah, right. He couldn't do anything with the whole state. He's always, you know, he's from the city of Melbourne, loves the city of Melbourne. He wants to do something with the city of Melbourne. But that one conversation, you know, set like my mindset on politicians, like from then on out. And I was like 18, 19. And I met Kevin Rudd 2 years later. And meeting him was a different deal too. I felt like he was genuinely listening, and he was the acting Prime Minister at the time. But the way Australian politics were at the time, he lasted about 9 months. We were going through a whole round table of prime ministers at the time. So even, you know, like those moments in time meant really nothing. And it's like they're politicians. They're just there to pretend that they're listening. And there are great ones. There's ones who've done stuff and changed things. But as you so put it, like everything takes years to change. And then someone else comes in and systematically tries to undo the change or to implement their own things. And then it's like they go about fucking things up themselves. And then someone else has to come in and handle those fuck ups and then figure out how they're going to fuck things up themselves rather than fix things. I don't know. That's how it's always felt to me anyways. You guys, at least, I'll say that, like Europe in general, not all Europe, but Sweden seems to have a really good system. Sweden seems...
We have a very distributed system. Like, there's no one person in power.
Yeah.
Like, even the kind of leader of the party. Yeah, there's a lot of choices. I don't know how many parties we have, but it's in double digits.
We've got three, bro. Three. We've got Liberal, Labor, and Racist. That's our parties.
We have the Racist Party.
I forgot about the Greens. Yeah, ours is called One Nation. It's a fucking joke. But yeah, Liberal, Labor, the Greens, and One Nation. That's what we have. 4. So ridiculous.
Yeah. So we have 8 kind of major parties.
That's not bad.
And then you have all the like minor parties, who, like, there are dozens of them. You have the Donald Duck Party, the Pirate Party,
what's the Donald Duck Party? Is that what it's actually called?
I mean, they use the Swedish name for Donald Duck, but yeah, it's called the Donald Duck Party.
Why is it called the Donald Duck Party? Doesn't Disney have a problem with that?
I don't know. I don't think they
Swedes are just like, fuck Disney, fuck copyright, fuck... They're just...
I don't know. I don't think they
Swedes are just
like,
it's so good. Fuck copyright.
That's so and initially, it was kind of... I mean, I think still to this day, it's kind of a joke party. It's not really intended as a real
like a sex party.
But yeah, see, 2022, which I think that was the last time we had our big election. They got 144 votes. So it's kind of like
out of your whole nation.
Yeah.
Oh snap! How's that even allowed to be a fucking party? What a waste of time.
I mean, we have a bunch of these kind of parties where they're not really intended to get votes, but they kind of show a dissatisfaction with the major political parties. And it's like, I do not agree with any of the political parties, so this is me throwing a vote to just whatever random thing.
Yeah, like on a census and you put your Jedi as your religion.
Yeah, that kind of thing where it's just like, this is bullshit.
Yeah.
Here's a
fuck
thing.
the system.
Yeah.
Stick it to the man. Take the piss. Memes. Troll face. That's mad. That's mad. Oh, all right, mate. I'm gonna let you go before I shut it down. I've really enjoyed this chat, mate. I will.
It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, definitely. I'll let you go back to your thing in your normal streams with EJ and that being in their group. I am going to try and get our little group happening again over here every now and then. But at the same time, I don't want like 15 people talking at once on the stream. It gets a bit hectic.
It can get a little bit.
And it's hard to like as the streamer, like having you on as a guest. It's like I try to give you time, but try to do my thing. Like even the amount of people that told me to shut up today, man, and I was like, okay. The amount of people that told me to shut up.
It's your
today.
stream. It's...
No, I know, but I'm still like I was more just trying to I guess speak for the average man. With my understandings or explanations or rewordings of what you were saying. So, but I get it. I genuinely did try to give you a not that I'm a platform, but give you a chance to speak to my guys, and they fucking drilled you with the questions. Like you, it's generally it's what I've seen you kind of dealing with in AJ's thing, but like you know on his sometimes it's just like fucking flat out, like it's just non-stop and he'll kind of relay the question and you'll have your chance and then it goes from there, like which can get kind of hectic. But I could see it for what it was of just how much good you guys were doing for the game, you know, for the understandings and the promotion and us guys playing the game. What's going on, Howling? How are you, brother? I'm finishing up. It's been a crazy stream. But yeah, I'll shut down the party anyway, Sora. Thank you very much. Have a great... You going to bed? Or are you going to sleep all day? Or what are you doing now?
I'm going to do a bit of work. Have a couple things I want to get sorted.
Are you full just like on a nocturnal schedule at the moment?
I'm currently on
the game would have been late as, bro. Like midnight or whatever. Like... Is that just normal?
Yeah, so
is that like to add to the vibes?
2 a.m.
2 a.m. You start a D&D game at 2 a.m.
Yep.
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy.
But no.
All right, mate. Well,
sleep in 1.5 hour segments here and there. Just.
Are you guys on the 4-day weekend too? Like even the studio? I know you said you're not taking time off, but is the studio on Easter right now?
Most people are.
Okay, cool. Cool.
They're spending time with their
Easter,
families.
Yeah,
and...
it's Easter and it's Europe. I know it's a big thing. Like,
yeah,
100%. And I know what a lot of other Europeans are like too, where they're absolutely agnostic as fuck and atheist and just like, ha, what a lovely, glorious, basic, simple day this is. I was actually gonna say, but then I thought, no, I was gonna almost start the stream with happy Easter Sunday as Sora comes from a game of fucking D&D. Cue the fucking panic, the satanic panic of the 1980s. No, I love that. I'm sorry to take the piss, religious people. I am sorry. I'm an atheist and I do stay away from religion and politics now because I tend to upset. But in a situation like that, I love Europeans that are just so not religious.
Yeah, it's a reason to party, but like nobody, most people don't actually care.
Like it's a happy life. Like, you know, it can be a sad life, but there's no thinking that some bloke's just gonna make it better. I just have to kind of get on with it. Yeah, no, I get it. It's a big thing for me. I've got two banned subjects: politics and religion. And I mean by politics, like not so much the conversation we just had, but full going into parties and what they stand for. That's the banned topics. And then
it's usually
and then just religion.
Quite upsetting for people.
I am an atheist, and if people bark up the wrong tree with me, I will get, like you've seen the passion when it comes to that subject, I will get too fired up, and I will speak very matter-of-factly and give no level of fucks. So for my own, like it's a genuine, like I don't mean to disrespect, but it's like people believe what they believe. And when you're so far being an atheist and science and all of that stuff, you just kind of believe in certain things. And when you're so far believing in magical, wonderful things, It's just you've got your own beliefs, and that's just something that. Yeah, so like I've still got so many, like I've got even the dude I do a wrestling podcast weekly, and one of the boys I do that with is a full blown Saudi born Muslim, and I rub him the wrong way so many times, and he rubs me the wrong way so many times, and we love each other like he's a bro, he's a genuine bro. We've come together because we've got the love for the same thing, but we're raised in completely different environments and beliefs and stuff like that, and I don't think it's good of anybody to go out of their way trying to belittle anyone for that stuff. And I know that us atheists can be on the condescending side. So I try to stay away from
From time
it.
to time.
Yeah. Thank you. No, I look, yeah, I try to just go science and fact and, but it is what it is. It's genuinely like Easter is still a special time. I know that. Even if you're not religion, Easter is a special time. It's a lot of time where people get their only chance to go away. Second time of the year, really. I remember my dad. My dad only ever had 4 days at Easter and 10 days at Christmas. Whatever other public holidays there was, Cup Day and Labor Day and shit like that. But my dad only ever had Friday to Monday on Easter, and then like fucking Christmas Eve to like January 3rd. That was it. Those are the only days off he had. So I know for a lot of people, even just having those fucking 3-4 days is a big thing right in the middle of the year. For the Europeans, they're going into summer, and for us, we're about to head into the horrible winter. So yeah, soak it up while we can. Anyways, mate, I will speak to you next time. Sarah, thank you so much for the time you've given us today. I will try to create some I don't know, quirky thumbnail to go with a re-upload of. I recorded about 100 minutes of it from the first question. I recorded about 100 minutes of it, so I will re-upload that for people that just purely want to hear what was spoken about. But every single one of yous, thank you for giving thanks to Sora. Thank you for your time, giving the questions. And yeah, it's official. My missus loves you, so you're a good person. All right.
I'll take the win.
Yeah, 100%. She's the most beautiful, fucking generous soul that I've ever known in my life. So it generally does mean something if she thinks people are good people. All right. Have a good one, mate. I will speak to you on the next stream, I guess. I might be around for lobbies tomorrow. We'll still, I think because it's usually Monday being my day off, which is being the 4-day weekend, I think I'll still do Monday, and I'm going to take Tuesday off. I'll maximize on it. So we'll still smash lobbies all day from a normal time tomorrow morning, guys. Sora, big ups. You're a legend. Go have a snooze, and I'll see you when I see you, mate.
Yeah, catch you next time.
All right, be good, brother. All right, and you lot, you bunch of, hello, you, who is it? Anybody know Carl Jobst? Hello, you absolute legends. You beautiful bunch of people, you. Another good day, guys. Did you just get to 60? You're just going to flog me? We were just short of it. Did we get to 60? We get 60? I'll do it. Oh, 57, suck a dick. Ah, eat a dick. No set of 30. Where's your punishment, guys? You've got to live for this shit. You've got to enjoy punishing me. Too short? What was too short? Oh, too short in the likes. Yeah. All right, I'm going to send this to Miss C. Again. Because she's a legend. And she'll like the lurkers. Lurkers will really help. Big ups to Lee for the raid. I generally wasn't expecting that today. I knew he was on all day. Arsenal got knocked out of the FA Cup today. And he had like a fucking 4 or 5 hour emergency meeting and then sent me a stream. So I really appreciate that. I know a lot of the boys have been trying to get, even the other day, I literally dropped in there and he was like, Jester, I can't raid you. Why can't I raid you? I'm like, I don't fucking know. I didn't. He's like, I swear, bruv, I tried to raid you. I can't, bruv. And Shabs was like, he did, bro, I swear. Anyway, so mad big ups to the raids. We actually got some subs out of it. Some dudes hung around and had a chat that just had nothing to do with the game at all. So, but yeah, that was awesome. Dribbled a lot of shit at the end, but I genuinely feel like if I was talking too much with Sora, I'm sorry. I was trying to get points across and questions across or whatever, but I genuinely feel that we got a lot of information out of him too. So thank you to everybody that's hung around today. Done the races. It was more about the chat today than it was about the races. I couldn't give two shits about the racing. No, my chat was griefing me, bro. A few of them are griefing me hard. A couple that I don't know, and then a couple of my actual admins, they were griefing me, bro. So I was trying. It is hard for me to keep it under check. ADHD mind to just one thing to the other. My missus is exactly the same. We're interrupting each other all the fucking time, bro. Like, and then we both have to like take a breath and yeah, it was really great to hear it. And just, yeah, knowing what side of it you're on, Sora, like I'm like, fucking, must rack your brain, mate. Must rack your brain. And even having it explained to me, like, I genuinely do have a much better understanding of all of it now. And even when I go and start my review later on, I'll probably start writing tonight, tomorrow morning. I'm definitely going to, you come across more as like neurodivergent, almost Asperger's without being Asperger's. Like you've got a unique way of explaining things, and you get to your point. So yeah, but I'm going to listen to it again when I do so when I talk about the online side of it in the review, I'll go through that video again and yeah, just make sure that I've got all the information right. That's it. We're done. I'm going to send you to Miss C. I'm going to go have some dinner. Your word diet. There you go, mate. There you go. I know. My nephew has it. My nephew. He's a sick kid. 22, 23-year-old now. Genius kid. So bright. So weird. But yeah, I know the type. I know the type. Yeah. You're a genuine G. Like, I could just tell by listening to you on EJ's stream. Just seeing EJ talk to you. He's a different cat. You know, it was like, I want this chat. I want to have this chat. And then just seeing what we spoke. We didn't even do the cosplay talk, mate. When you said the photographer thing yesterday, like, I lost my shit. I was like, oh, you're going to love this. You're going to love this. So, yeah. Big ups, mate. Big ups, everyone. I'm done. Going to go have some dinner. Give the missus a hug. Probably have a shower. Jump on some Arc Raiders with the boys in a bit. I might stream it. We'll see how we go. Stream it with the boys. Should be funny. But I'm done. Sending this to Miss C. I'm tired myself. I'll say hello to her briefly, but I'm going to go do some stuff, all right? Switch off for a little while. Have a great day, great night. Rest of your Easter. I'll see you guys next time.